Hey everybody, it's 9 o'clock and that's when we're supposed to start, but in light of the challenge of getting up here through the gates and the stairs and the elevators and everything else, which clearly our cadets are better at than everybody else, we'll give everybody a few more minutes. So we're going to get started in 5 if that works. All right, I'm sure folks are going to continue to trickle in, and throughout the day, more folks might trickle out and trickle in, and That's true both in person and online. We have a large online contingent today. But all that said, we should go ahead and get started. Good morning. I am Ryan Shaw, and I'm a professor of practice in history and strategy and a senior university advisor here at ASU. And I also represent ASU on the senior leadership team for Security and Defense PLuS. And I've been given a great challenge this morning. I have to pull off a four-part trick with these opening comments. I have to welcome you all to this forum, provide an overview of Security and Defense PLuS, provide an introduction to this idea of integrated deterrence, and introduce our first speaker, all in 15 minutes. You think I can do it? All right, thank you. Well, let me dispense with that first task straight away then and welcome you to the forum. Welcome. Does that work? We're really glad that you're here. All right, check. The we in this case is Security and Defense PLuS. Now, who is that? Well, let's assume you know what security and defense are. The PLuS part indicates that we're part of the PLuS Alliance. And the PLuS Alliance is a clever acronym that stands for Phoenix, London, and Sydney. Phoenix being the home of ASU, London is home to King's College London, logically enough, and Sydney, Australia is home to the University of New South Wales. Now, UNSW is also in Canberra, and of course, we're in Tempe, not Phoenix proper, but you gotta take some creative license to make these acronyms work, so that's the PLuS Alliance. Anyway, the Alliance unites these three world-class research universities on 3 continents, and the founding idea was global problems demand global solutions. So let's see what we can do with a global university partnership. We started nearly a decade ago, and the initial focus was on projects around sustainability and public health and engineering. There was not actually an early focus on security, but there always was an awareness that our 3 nations are the closest of security allies. And of course, the global challenges around security and stability are growing ever more urgent. We used to say that we were 3/5 of the Five Eyes Alliance, but in September of 21, we became 3/3 of the AUKUS partnership, and so we took that announcement as an inspiration to launch Security and Defense PLuS. AUKUS, if you're not aware, is another clever acronym. It's the Australia-UK-US agreement to share advanced technologies, starting with nuclear-powered subs as Pillar 1 and then including a bunch of other emerging tech areas under Pillar 2. And the intent of all of this is to maintain stability through deterrence in the Indo-Pacific region. So developing and fielding capabilities in these areas will require immense and sustained collaboration across government, industry, and academia across all 3 of our nations. And so as the PLuS Alliance, we put up our hands and we said, hey, we're here for it. Between the 3 partners, we have world-leading expertise in nearly every AUKUS focus area. And besides that, for those who don't know, King's and UNSW both have deep and enduring ties to their respective defense ministries. We're not just about AUKUS. We're aiming for a fully scoped integration of all our security and defense programming, but we like to say we're inspired by the spirit of AUKUS, and we're focused especially, though not exclusively, on AUKUS and the relevant technologies. So what are we doing about it? Well, my idea was to go to the website, and I did not confirm that we could do that ahead of time. Does anybody know if we have that possibility? SecurityandDefensePlus.org. No, .plusalliance.org. It's all right. We won't. Sarah can work on pulling that up. That's my bad for not doing so ahead of time. But I will pretend like we're looking at the website, and I will encourage all of you to visit it because there's a lot more information than I'm going to talk about right now. But on the About Us tab, you can read about our mission and our vision. But on the People tab, you can see our core team, including our Executive Director, Brigadier Dr. Ian Langford from Australia, who couldn't be here today, but it's on his behalf, really, that I get to welcome you all. Okay, here's the website. And we'll go to the About Us tab. And then the People. Scroll down, and there's Ian. Craig's here with us today. The other 2 are actually in Australia at a trade show there. And then as you scroll down, you can see your very handsome senior leader team, and below that, all of the relevant faculty from our 3 universities who are contributing here, which is really a powerhouse. And the other thing that we'll note is that we're arranged in 3 working and delivery groups focused on education, research, and partnerships. So let's click over to the Learn With Us tab to talk about education. We are ultimately in the education stream going to deliver, I'm saying this with great confidence, we are going to deliver joint degrees between the 3 universities. But we started with this great and growing collection of short courses. You can just sort of slowly scroll down through them, and you can look at the topics there. These are meant to be accessible and impactful online learning opportunities for practitioners in the field, whether in government or in industry, or for students at universities. So if you need to get smart on any of these topics, this is where you can start without having to rearrange your whole life and your career and move to one of our campuses to pursue a degree. So that's the education stream. And again, I'll encourage you to visit our website and learn more about it. And under research, if you want to click the research tab, here are our primary focus areas, which look a lot like the, not identical to, but they look a lot like the AUKUS Pillar 2 research focus areas. And as I said, we're well positioned to contribute across the full range of AUKUS concerns, including there in the Ds, you'll notice deterrence, strategy, and practice, and that's what brings us here today. So as we wait for our governments to roll out the enormous research funding opportunities that we expect, we've decided to incentivize our faculties and our students to get a jump on this relevant research with the SEED grant program. And I think Thorin's going to tell us more about this afternoon, but today's forum is the result of an S&D Plus research SEED grant that brings together scholars from all three of our institutions to focus on this idea of integrated deterrence. So that brings me to my third task. 2 down, 2 to go. What is integrated deterrence? Well, this term comes to us courtesy of the U.S. National Defense Strategy, which was published in 22. Now, to state the obvious, that was a Biden-era document, and as we now know, the sun will set on the Biden era in just a couple of months. But I'd offer that we should not expect this term to wane in relevance as it does, because deterrence is a foundational concept in strategic theory that outlasts any given administration. And for all their differences on a range of issues, there's a widespread recognition that there was actually remarkable continuity between the defense strategies of the first Trump term and the recent Biden term. They might disagree about how deterrence is best achieved, but no one is going to give up on the idea that it's worth achieving if we can. So if anything, I'd offer that today's discussion is even more relevant in light of the recent election. But okay, what does integrated deterrence actually mean? Well, there are 2 words there, and we can define them both. We've got real deep expertise on call today to talk about the finer points of deterrence. I'm going to give you the real basics here. Everybody, it's important to know your place, and I do. So I'm doing the 101 here, and then we'll let the experts take over. There are 2 words here, and we can define them both. Let's take the noun first before the adjective, because it probably makes sense grammatically, and also because deterrence had a long and robust theoretical history before we appended this new modifier to it. So I know this definitional exercise will be a review for most of us, but you can never take that for granted, and in light of our current strategic situation, I really do think it's worth looking at these old ideas with fresh eyes. So according to our doctrine, deterrence is, and this is a quote, the prevention of action by the existence of a credible threat of unacceptable counteraction and/or the belief that the cost of action outweighs the perceived benefits. Deterrence is about maintaining the status quo. And I hope we can agree that in light of the other concepts for world order that are presently on offer, the rules-based liberal democratic order that has prevailed for the last 75 years is well worth maintaining. Deterrence is about influencing the cost-benefit calculus that goes on in the mind of your adversary. It's a psychology game, right? It takes 2 forms. There is deterrence by punishment and deterrence by denial. These are easiest to conceive, for me anyway, to understand in terms of single combat, or maybe a bar fight, if that's your thing. So, and I hope it's not. So deterrence by punishment is saying essentially, don't hit me, because if you do, I'll hit you back so hard that you'll live to regret it. And deterrence by denial says, don't hit me because you can't hurt me. Now, as you'd expect, these 2 broad concepts have been parsed into a zillion different arcane subcategories, most of which are not relevant here, but it is worth breaking down denial into denial by prevention, which says, don't try to hit me because I have years of training and cat-like reflexes and I can block or dodge any punch that you can throw. And denial by resilience, which says, I'm tough as nails, I've got an iron jaw, I can take the best you've got and it's not even going to faze me, right? So in military terms, to use the classic Cold War nuclear examples, punishment means planting the idea in the mind of our adversaries that if they strike us, we will counterstrike at a level they're not willing to risk. If they launch 1 warhead, we'll launch a dozen back. Denial means planting the idea that if they strike us, it won't work, either because we can, say, shoot down their missiles in flight, or because we've duplicated and distributed our capabilities such that no one strike of theirs can have a strategic effect. So that's simple enough. 2 further points about deterrence. Number 1, deterrence is some function of both capability and will. In other words, you actually have to be able to punish or deny, and that's mostly a physics problem. But you also have to have the will to use those capabilities, and that's mostly a moral problem. We've long enjoyed an undeniable advantage in capability. It's eroded in recent years, but we still have it. So if we have failed to deter, say, Russia from invading Ukraine, it's because for reasons that should be pretty plain, that particular adversary was willing to gamble that we did not have the will. So deterrence is a function of capability and will, but less often noted is that it's also an exercise in communication. Even if you have both the capability and the will, deterrence will fail if your adversary doesn't believe that you do. In that case, he might be surprised when he loses the war, but it will have been a war nonetheless, and as we all know, war is hell, even when you win. So that would be a deterrence failure. The second point is about the state of the field. I will shamefacedly confess that just to refresh my memory on some of these things, I skimmed the Wikipedia entry for deterrence theory, and I came across this line. Most of the innovative work on deterrence theory occurred from the late 1940s to the mid-1960s. Now, that was a long time ago, and that might not be fair to the scholars assembled here and others who are thinking hard about deterrence today, but there is some truth there, and it's high time for a refresh in the field, both because the stakes are high as great power competition heats up, and also because the current situation presents many complicating dimensions that didn't exist in the 20th century, new technologies and new domains of conflict. So that brings us to this modifying adjective, integrated. The NDS says that integrated deterrence means using every tool at our disposal in close collaboration with our counterparts across the U.S. government and with allies and partners to ensure that potential foes understand the folly of aggression. It says further that integrated deterrence is how we will align the department's policies, investments, and activities to sustain and strengthen deterrence, tailored to specific competitors and coordinated to maximum effect inside and outside the department. So that sounds great. Like, who could object, right? As General McMaster said at one of our recent events, like, raise your hand if you're in favor of disintegrated deterrence. Obviously, we're not, but a catchy term and an announcement of your good intentions doesn't make it so. And the most common criticism of the NDS is that it didn't actually say much about how we're supposed to overcome the barriers that have prevented us from integrating our deterrence thus far. So that's what we're here to discuss today. A couple of thoughts on what I'll be listening for in today's discussion. Before that definition came out in the NDS, I published an article that said, an integrated deterrence worth its name would be integrated both vertically and horizontally. Vertically, it would supplement our nuclear and conventional deterrence with unconventional deterrence to provide creative and seamless response options other than do nothing and all-out war. Horizontally, along with allies and partners, it would integrate military force with the other instruments of U.S. national power. So vertically, at the high end, if you will, nuclear deterrence is like arcane and complex, but it's a well-developed field. Everyone knows about it, but only a few people really understand it. It's a niche concern on both the theoretical side and in its implementation. And those of us who are not in that niche still understand the stakes, and we just really hope that the experts know what they're doing. Conventional deterrence is more straightforward, but even that's getting more complicated by these new technologies we're discussing, such as hypersonics, AI, cyber and quantum, autonomous and swarm platforms, and more. And at the low end, there's this emerging concept of irregular deterrence, which has primarily to do with the gray zone and with malign activities below the threshold of military conflict. All of this gives rise to questions. How does punishment work when attribution is difficult, as it often is in the cyber domain or when proxies are employed? How do we calculate proportionality? Do we have to respond in the same domain, or is it appropriate to respond with a different instrument of national power, and how do we manage escalation? How do we build resilience against malign non-kinetic activities for ourselves and for our allies? And how do we balance the investments required to do that with the costs required to modernize our nuclear and our conventional forces? We've got to find good answers to these questions. We also have to integrate those answers into a seamless deterrence concept so we have integrated, coherent, complementary, and effective deterrence at every point on the continuum, from everyday competition through large-scale combat and even nuclear. And of course, none of this is possible without that horizontal integration with allies and partners and across all the instruments of national power. So more on that when I take the mic again this afternoon, but for now, I'm anxious to hear our experts comment on these challenges, starting with Dr. Andrew Corbett, who's going to join us by Zoom from London, or from Shrivenham 1. He's from King's. So Andy Corbett is a senior lecturer in Defense Studies Education at the Defense Studies Department of King's College London. His first career was in the Royal Navy Submarine Service. It spanned the end of the Cold War and included command of 2 Trident submarines, capability management in the Ministry of Defense, and development of 21st century NATO deterrence and defense strategy. He holds a PhD in defense studies from King's College London and a Master's of Philosophy in International Relations from the University of Cambridge. He is a Fellow of the Royal Anthropological Institute and of the Higher Education Academy, and we are really privileged to have him here today. So enough from me, and on to the experts. Thank you all very much.
Thanks very much, Professor Shaw. Am I coming across all right? You hear me all right, yeah? Okay, I'll crack on the assumption that somebody would be running around with a microphone if I wasn't. Well, firstly, thanks very much for the invitation. I'm delighted and really not a little flattered to be here this morning. I thought about the title of this conference and what to discuss, and there's an awful lot in it. Emerging disruptive technologies and therefore capabilities, partnerships, alliances, deterrence, and perhaps especially the challenges associated with extended deterrence. And it's a truism, as Professor Shaw has just noted, to note that deterrence is psychological, seeking to interfere in the decision-making calculus of an adversary's leadership. If you like, it's not what you think that counts, it's what you can make the adversary think. And if you're dealing with allies, especially if you're in a relationship involving extended deterrence, it's important to be aware of what, or maybe even how, your allies think too. Do they see deterrence in exactly the same way that you do? Because from my experience in Europe, they don't. Allies can easily enough agree on a deterrent policy because in one sense, we all know exactly what deterrence means. But deterrence strategy is difficult because we don't all agree on how to do deterrence, what tools to use, when to use them, and in what order, and how best to influence the decision-making of an adversary. And that's only exacerbated if nuclear weapons are included in the mix, as they are in the 2 major American extended deterrence contexts in Europe and in the Indo-Pacific region. So in this era of emerging disruptive technologies, modernizing nuclear weapons, Russian invasions of their neighbors, and concerns about Chinese military expansion, I'd like to take a few minutes to think about deterrence as that most human activity of influencing someone else. To think about the thinking behind it, if you like. How well do we understand how to do deterrence? How do our allies understand deterrence? And how do we do deterrence with allies? And how is all that interpreted by those we seek to deter, and come to that, by those on whose behalf we seek to deter in the first place? So let's start there. And we're going to talk about integrated deterrence. It's the vogue term at present, as Professor Shaw has just said. It means leveraging all the powers of a nation, aligning policies, investments, and activities in order to deter. But it must include the ability to be tailored, as Elaine Bunn put it a few years back, adapting our efforts to specific competitors as part of a holistic deterrence strategy. I must admit, though, I've always thought of deterrence as a whole of government activity involving every lever of power in the first place. And the notion of domain-specific deterrence for me is quite narrow and probably not really that credible. How often, though, in public discourse do you hear people who should know better, perhaps, saying, we must deter China, or we must deter Russia? Well, deter them from what? With the best will in the world, how well do our own political leaders understand the impact and the sense of the words that they're using? Robert Vansittart, a very senior British Foreign Office official in the 1930s, said, I'm not going to try the accent, prophecy is largely a matter of insight. I don't think the service departments have enough. On the other hand, they might think that I have too much. And the answer is, I know the Germans better. Now, the reason I mention that is that the same kind of hubris was pretty much echoed to me by a very senior Australian politician recently about China, when I asked him if Australia, the UK, and the USA understood China well enough to engage in coercive strategies. And he said he did, which wasn't at all what I'd asked. Now, British political discourse tends to be dominated by folk who understand deterrence as something to do with nuclear submarines, nuclear weapons, and nuclear winter. And again, another example, perhaps, is a European diplomat assured me recently in a NATO meeting that nuclear deterrence is only at the highest level of escalation. So if deterrence is going to be a credible international strategy that we can follow, we need to make sure that our domestic and allied political leadership understand how deterrence works, and perhaps even more importantly, their role in it. Stefan Fruehling and Andrew O'Neill edited a book called Alliances, Nuclear Weapons and Escalation in 2021, and it focused on the relationship between Australia and other US allies in the Indo-Pacific region. And it provides a range of views on American extended deterrence and the associated assurance of allies, both across Europe and in the Indo-Pac region, in particular when dealing with nuclear weapons. Now, I don't want to get distracted into nuclear deterrence specifically. I believe strongly it's just an aspect of deterrence. But the notion of assurance is important. And Fruehling and O'Neill conclude that America's allies cannot afford to be passive actors in their interactions with Washington, but must be prepared to contribute to escalation control in the geostrategic context. And I'd add that they need to act in the geostrategic context as they see it. And that has to align with the alliance actions. Now, to a certain extent, we're seeing that not working terribly well in Europe, with different states reacting more or less in concert with respect to their relations with Russia. A UK Defence Secretary during the Cold War, Dennis Healey, who I don't believe is any relation to the current one, said it only takes 5% credibility of American retaliation to deter the Russians, but 95% credibility to reassure the Europeans. And in the age of increasingly remote warfare, how reassuring is it for allies that US forces can deliver truly stunning military effect from thousands of miles away? Or would it be more reassuring to have some American boots on the ground too? Exquisite military capability might signal capability to an adversary, and perhaps, and here's the question, resolve as well. But does it signal assurance to allies? Is there an element of shared risk involved in assurance and in demonstrating resolve? And do allies share an understanding of that dichotomy? And perhaps even more so, do adversaries? Now, deterrence is only part of an adversarial relationship, not all of it. And our adversary will be trying to influence our behaviour and thinking at the same time. Now, what courses of action must we deter those states from pursuing? Why? What's the threat to us, or is it a threat to our allies? And the next step in that logic is, why do those adversaries want to do that in the first place? If there's a course of action that they perceive to be in their vital national interest, they will be prepared to run risks to achieve it. Do we understand that interest and the associated risk appetite? Do we understand what our interest in that context is? And what risks are we prepared to run? What's your understanding of the West's interest in Ukraine? And how have they changed since February 2022? Does anybody here claim to be able to say that they understand the Russian intent and how that might have changed in the last 2 years? So do we actually understand how to decide what threats we want to deter and why they're important? Which kind of begs the question, well, what's a threat? And doctrinally, a threat is a combination of intent and capability. And we're going to hear plenty about capability from folk who know far more than I do over the next few hours. So I want to focus on intent. 25 years into the Cold War, Jack Snyder worried that the USA, and by extension NATO, was basing its entire deterrence strategy on what would deter its own leadership. That Soviet leadership valued different things, and that we needed to work out what he called the strategic culture of the Soviet leadership was, and then use that understanding to influence the Soviet leadership more effectively. Strategic culture could advise on what threats would be effective against that particular adversary in that particular circumstance, and what would be a wasted effort. And perhaps even more important, it could identify adversaries' particular belief systems or sacred values, if you like, that adversaries might hold that would escalate situations rather than deter actions. It's not a precise science, and it's not a panacea either. And much modern study of strategic culture has diverged really and become more about the theory than the practice. But the US has a strong tradition of interdisciplinary study of these areas, and strategic multi-layer assessments have developed from this sort of basis and offered practical inputs into strategy development for about 20 years, with more or less success. One SMA report from 2011 describes the transition from the Cold War scenario-based planning, what was the worst the USSR could do, as the basis of an assumption on Soviet intent, to a much more sophisticated rationale where adversary intent is more inferred from a complex mix of debates and critical thinking about the adversary, which could inform commanders' decision-making. Similarly, the team at National Security Innovations have been working in the same kind of area for quite a long time, and they've produced some readily available tools that might assist practitioners when thinking about deterrence. Larry Kuznar advocated taking an almost ethnographic approach and created an SMA, socio-cultural typology, looking at the sort of things that anthropologists might look at in what motivates other states' leaderships. And these included their national interests, their capabilities, the context, their decision-making psychology, and linguistics. Now, understanding national interests is problematic. I would challenge any of you to describe definitively your own national interests. So how can we assume we can identify an adversaries? Capabilities can usually be determined through intelligence gathering and maybe interpreted more creatively through some kind of net assessment, which might seek to do much of what I'm describing here. Now, I don't have time to go into net assessment as a tool, but there's a very good RUSI podcast from 2023 with Beatrice Huser and Thomas Mankin talking about Andrew Marshall and the development of the US Office of Net Assessment. And the ONA seeks to blend an understanding of adversary intent and decision-making with the assessment of military and economic capabilities. As I suggested a moment ago, understanding the decision-making psychology of leadership can be quite problematic. And recent research suggests that regardless of how well-informed military and civil advisors are, political leaders often act according to their own heuristics rather than specialist advice, especially in moments of stress. Lord David Owen, as well as being an ex-UK Foreign Secretary, is a qualified medical doctor. He was a neurologist and a psychiatrist. And he wrote a book called In Sickness and in Power, Illness in the Heads of Government during the last 100 years. And he is not optimistic that we can predict leaders' behaviour with any certainty, especially under pressure. And to a certain extent, I think we could probably say we saw some of that in that unpredictability during the COVID pandemic. My own research suggests that linguistics is a problem of translation, both literally in how words are interpreted into different languages, and figuratively, in that folk who think in different languages tend to think in a different way and then struggle to understand each other. Now, to make matters worse, I was actually looking at how allies relate to each other, not how adversaries are understood. So that's the doom and gloom. But now that we've clarified all the key things that we need to understand, we probably need to figure out how to build that understanding, if you like, into a viable tool. Jeannie Johnson and Matthew Barrett produced an intelligence analysis tool that they called cultural topography, which looks at pretty much the same factors as Larry Kuznar, but it offers a specific methodology for use by practitioners. And as I understand it, that is now in use by an agency which specializes in centralized intelligence. Whether it's net assessment, strategic culture, cultural topography, or socio-cultural typology, whichever methodology you exploit, the first thing you need are folk who are experts on the countries you're seeking to deter. And a couple of weeks ago, a senior UK military officer said that the UK now has twice as many Russia specialists as it did 2 years ago. But he did acknowledge that that is still 1/10 of how many there were during the Cold War. And I'd suggest that when considering extended deterrence or alliance deterrence, or deterrence within an alliance construct, you need to have folk who understand your allies. Ideally, obviously, the allies themselves. But that can start posing problems too. How do you share no foreign information with allies? Up to what level? Now, that might be one of the big steps forward that we can see with AUKUS, but also might alienate those other allies or partners in the same region who aren't privy to that information. So to wrap up, I've not really mentioned any specifics, just a lot of abstract concepts, mostly couched as questions. I've mixed up deterrence, adversaries, allies, and thrown in culture and anthropology for good measure. But to rationalize it a little bit, I've suggested that deterrence is a psychological concept that relies on the ability to threaten violence and the effect that that threat would have on the decision-making process of an adversary. To do that requires us to be able to convince the adversary to understand that we have the capability to do that violence and the resolve to deploy that capability should they not comply. And we need to be able to calibrate those threats with a good understanding of the effect they will have on our adversaries, not just what we think we'd do in their situation. But I hope it's clear I've been majoring on the effect that we need, on the effort that we need to make sure that allies understand each other well too. The capability to inflict violence costs billions and requires thousands of personnel to deliver it at significant risk. Why would we not make the effort to understand how to employ those threats most effectively, as central as we can to our development of deterrence strategy? That's me.
Great. Thank you, Professor Corbett. Really an excellent opening framing for the conversation we're going to have today. I promised that there were some great experts among us, and I'm pleased to bring you another one. Actually, when I said in my opening comments that nuclear deterrence specifically is a really niche concern about which there are few real experts, we're privileged to have one here today, and Major General Don Alston. General Don Alston is the president of Alston Strategic Consulting, LLC, specializing in nuclear weapons operations, security, and system development. Following 34 years of service in the U.S. Air Force, he has extensive experience in congressional relations, media engagement, crisis management, and institutional change. His final roles in the Air Force included command of 20th Air Force Global Strike Command, Task Force 213, U.S. Strategic Command, and multiple senior positions in strategic deterrence and nuclear integration at headquarters U.S. Air Force. So, as I said, nobody better to give us some insight into this aspect of integrated deterrence. General Alston serves as Executive Director of the Strategic Deterrent Coalition's Board of Regents. He is also a Senior Fellow at the Potomac Foundation, has been adjunct faculty member at the Air Force Institute of Technology. He holds degrees from the U.S. Air Force Academy, Golden Gate University, and Arizona State University, and has completed advanced leadership programs at Harvard University and Syracuse University. Please welcome Major General Donald Alston.
Thank you, Ryan. I sound a hell of a lot more impressive than I think warrants that. I don't know how credible that is, but hey, this is great to be here. I appreciate being invited to be a part of this event. I look out at the football field where number 21 is going to take number 14 down in about 33 hours. That's going to be over. Anybody have a couple of extra tickets burning a hole in your pocket? I'm your guy. I would point out to you that this week, if you're just keeping up with a handful of headlines, Vladimir Putin once again is exercising his form of deterrence, as he has a surrogate threaten the United States and its allies that as we authorize a longer reach with weapons that they've been given by allies and by the United States, well, you know, they might have to change their doctrine for nuclear employment as well. So he has, in one person, managing all of his surrogates, he has threatened to employ nuclear weapons over the last 8 years about as recklessly and as frequently as is putting on a clinic on how to affect behaviors. You may grow weary of it, you may not find him credible, but when you start evoking, defining nuclear thresholds and trying to instill fear, it's hard to discount that to zero, depending on where you live and what your perspective is. So I merely want to tighten up our day today by merely saying it's happening all the time. And you don't have to look very far to see people leveraging this high-end capability in order to affect change in behaviors to their satisfaction. I've been asked to talk about the role the U.S. military and partner nations have in enhancing security and stability in the Indo-Pacific region, especially amid strategic competition with China. I've been a deterrence practitioner my entire career, and since I retired back in 2012, I've also been an advocate for strategic capabilities and the value that they bring to stability and security. It's a subject that I've been focusing on for quite some time. But the challenges that we're facing in this particular region they're beyond what we have been accustomed to for decades. The situation is much more complex with China because they are the number 2 economic power in the world. They have a robust military capability that is continuing to expand, and they have a nuclear arsenal that is marching forward with a lot more capability in a short amount of time. We heard about a rush to parity at the turn of the century. Rumsfeld was part of a commission that was I don't know if it was a 2020 or the 2000 Nuclear Posture Review, but he then became the Secretary of Defense. Of course, then we had 9/11, and we actually, as a nation, certainly as a Department of Defense, we further looked away from nuclear and looked at conventional capabilities, special operations capabilities, and it really did affect our nuclear posture. I've got a lot of stories to tell that I won't start with, but you're welcome to tease them out of me, with failures that the Air Force had in its nuclear enterprise, and I was the center of a lot of the recovery for those kinds of things. So when we have questions afterwards, you can try to tease that stuff out of me. I'd be more than happy to share. But I want to talk about why I see this region as so much different than the legacy that we had with the USSR and Russia. First, it's just a huge AOR. I was looking up yesterday, it takes 3 to 4 months for a freighter to go from Shanghai to Long Beach. I mean, it's not a military capability, but you can only go so fast on the sea anyway. So just time and distance is huge. And of course, throughout the AOR, really the United States is the only country that has such a large capacity for airlift to move around the AOR. And even that takes time, just because of the size. If you're not already there, you're late, if there's any conflict from a U.S. perspective. How forward deployed are we? What kind of capacity do we have to challenge, depending on what scenario you want to play out, and how effective can we be early on? And if you're not effective early on, how do you recover, or can you recover at that point? A third of global trade goes through the South China Sea. A third of global trade, South China Sea. And of course, because China's in the name of the body of water, China believes that's theirs. And so we're not welcome there. So the United States Navy does freedom of navigation operations just to prove a point. Within that, we have international territorial waters that go 12 miles out. We have maritime exclusion zones that go 200 miles out, where that country, 200 miles out from their shoreline, has exclusive rights to mine or fish or do different kinds of economic and commercial kinds of things. Well, if you build a bunch of islands in the South China Sea, and you choose to decide that you now have exclusion zones and territorial lines that can be drawn against those because you created an island and you've planted a flag, well, now you think you have an argument in court to say that possession's 9/10 of the law, and you look at the entire South China Sea, and it's just further opportunities that China takes to reinforce that they want to rule that domain, let alone the region. We got multiple nuclear-armed states. 3 of the 4 autocratic Quad are in the region, with Russia, China, and North Korea. China is belligerent, not just towards the United States, obviously towards Taiwan, but there's also sovereignty challenges with islands that are owned by Japan, Vietnam. Brunei's involved in that as well. But just regular belligerence and very aggressive confrontations by the Chinese Navy, which also has grown and has greater capability. Let's see here. China dominates the world's supply chains. So, I mean, as much as you want to challenge China, there's a lot of nations that would be concerned about what's the cost I'm going to have to pay with China having such control over my economy and my well-being. The largest trading partners for South Korea and Japan, China. China and North Korea re-upped their mutual defense treaty in 2021. They've been willing to, they've proven their willingness to attack in the space domain. They're doing, when they shot down their own satellite, I think in 2006. I don't know what they've been doing there lately. But they've proven that they're willing to go that far, and cyber attacks all the time. We have not established enough norms, whether it's in the space domain or in the cyber domain, that we have found means to try to curb that behavior to a way that would be, if we could do some norm forming with that change behavior. And now let's just talk about their nuclear capabilities, because it's been alarming how fast they've been growing in that dimension. They have produce new and more road mobile ICBMs. They have dug 300 ICBM silos, and they haven't had a fixed ICBM capability that they're developing now. They now have a nuclear triad. They have over 100 bombers that are capable of carrying nuclear weapons. They have nuclear weapons infrastructure to produce warheads in order to, match up with the field of capabilities that they're pursuing. They've got hypersonics and they've got cruise missiles. And of course, cruise missiles, for decades, the United States hasn't had any capacity to defend ourselves against cruise missiles, so they've been a tough nut to crack all along. And with this capability that China's developing, they can have much more, they can wreak havoc certainly within the region, but how far can the reach go? And of course, China and Russia partnering together is very difficult for us. I mean, how much is the activity in Europe, which is just maintaining so much of our focus and our resources and our presence, how much is that delaying further investment and commitment to the Pacific region? But two nuclear powers arrayed against us. I'm going to talk more about that, but two nuclear peers is a world we've never lived in. And the dynamics associated with that and the threats that come with that are nuts we have not figured out how to crack, so we got a lot of work to do. But China's not 10 feet tall. They've got their own internal economic challenges. And so I don't want to oversell what they have, but they're moving in such a direction and at such a pace that this is, and with time and distance in the region, they're holding a pretty good hand. So what do they want? I don't know what they want long term. We can guess, but I think short term they've kind of exposed themselves. Territorial control over Taiwan, maritime control over the South China Sea, and economic, military, and political dominance in Asia. And by 2049, the dominant player on Earth, I believe. So this agenda, even in the short term, let alone the risks in the long term, is not in the best interest of the United States or its allies. So we need to deter China's behaviors in pursuit of these objectives. How we doing? Not so good. So I think that Ryan did a fantastic job, and so did Dr. Corbett, on the essential academic elements of deterrence with obvious practical implications for how they talked about that. But I want to talk a little bit more about denying benefits and imposing costs. It is going to require capabilities that China perceives as credible, and that our will to employ these capabilities is credible as well. Without that acceptance of that credibility, there's a degree of risk that they won't wake up today and say, today or not today do I pursue this next objective that I want. And I'm not talking about going up against the nuclear threshold. I'm thinking that any kind of these behaviors is just a step in escalation on their side. And if you don't meet that move with being willing to escalate on your side, then how are you going to have a chance to curb those behaviors? 9 months from now, I don't know if this sounds interesting to you or not, but 9 months from now, we will be entering the 9th decade of a world with nuclear weapons. That's pretty profound to me, that we've been living in this world for that long. I think there's implications for that. This is my personal confession. I believe that nuclear weapons have protected the U.S. and its allies from nuclear attack. Nuclear weapons are used every day to achieve essential effects. I believe nuclear weapons are the bedrock of U.S. national security. Not everybody shares those beliefs. So I also believe that there's a shadow cast by nuclear capabilities that affect daily diplomatic engagement. There's clearly nuclear weapons are something that Vladimir Putin understands what he can do to use his force to threaten. But what he's doing is he's certainly looking at the capabilities that the United States has and understands, we're effectively deterring him as well. He hasn't gone beyond NATO because of Article 5. I don't know, but that's a threat, and I would suggest that perhaps he's being deterred because of that, at least for the time being. But we're behind. China and Russia, Russia's already modernized their nuclear capabilities. I'd already talked about China's. Where are we? We're replacing our bomber force is going to be, have an addition. The B-21 Raider is going to come online in the mid-20s. The Columbia-class boomer, the Navy's going to put that in the water in 2027, and it's going to go on its first deployment around in the early 2030s. The Air Force is having a problem with the new ICBM. That's not going to come on board till the mid to late 2030s. And of course, there's nuclear command and control that's being overhauled. And our nuclear weapons complex, we've made some choices that there's not a lot of capacity in. There's not capacity in today's American nuclear weapons complex to meet the needs. And if anything were to be found wrong with a weapon that had to go back through the system, that capacity would really be challenged. So we've got investments in that direction, but we're not as agile as we really need to be, the way our adversaries are moving. So, and then Dr. Corbett talked about extended deterrence. And our allies are looking at these programs, and if they get slowed, if they get stalled, do they have thresholds where they would choose to build their own nuclear weapons? Japan has the organic capacity within its nation. It has certainly the know-how and the financial means to birth a nuclear program if they wanted to. South Korea, I think their latest survey was back in January, where almost 3/4 of their people say, we ought to have nuclear weapons. Well, should they be made on the peninsula, or should the United States redeploy nuclear weapons that we withdrew back in the early 90s? That's a subject of their internal debate. But nonetheless, they feel more secure when you talk about nuclear weapons with having those in their possession on the peninsula. So now this second nuclear peer that we haven't had to deal with before, that's arrayed against us. Both of them want to disrupt us, change the New World Order. I don't think it's anytime soon, but even replace the dollar. I think the odds are against that for the foreseeable future, but there's nothing that the United States is leading in that isn't an attractive target for China to try to disrupt and generate chaos. On a certain basic level, though, this is a math problem. The United States built a nuclear force to confront the challenges presented by Russia. Any challenges that we had from China could be included with the force that we built for Russia. But at some point, for the way that the United States does targeting and the things that the United States chooses to hold at risk with a nuclear weapon, there will be more targets available than we have weapons to cover them if nuclear is the means by which you're going to hold those targets at risk. That is a problem that we haven't chosen a path to take that on directly as a nation. And I'm not necessarily advocating more nuclear weapons, but maybe there are some other things that we can do. We could, bombers haven't been on alert since, October 1991, I think. They could be put on alert. Of course, that is provocative to do that. We could upload our ICBM force. All of our ICBMs, all 400 of them, have only one warhead on them now. That was a choice we made. But we have capacity to upload nuclear weapons. So we could provide more, we could field more nuclear weapons in an operational position. But that's provocative to do. And anytime you step back, there are folks that would like to take the ICBM force off alert, or at least there were folks who used to think that would be a good idea. But think about the political heavy lift that would take in order to put those back on alert and to push nuclear weapons back out to the field and mate them on ICBMs. So we've been there where that risk was even greater, that we would have reduced our nuclear posture. But there are some upward opportunities if we wanted to take advantage of it. But we're probably going to put more investment into our conventional capabilities and see how we can put nuclear and conventional together in an operational way that would enable us to cover the vulnerabilities and risks that we think as a nation we have to do. So there's a couple, the Strategic Posture Commission delivered a report last October, I believe, and they said the U.S. did not anticipate two near peers. I think we anticipated them. I don't think we focused on them as we saw the train coming. We saw the light. We knew it was a train. We still didn't react. But they said that we didn't anticipate too many peers, that we're not prepared, that major nuclear conflict risk is low, but military conflict risk has grown. And, when troops are engaged, when troops are in contact, you're kidding yourself if you think you can control escalation exclusively. So where could that go? And they identify a risk that the risk isn't zero of a nuclear attack on the homeland. Modernization programs of record are essential. Consider changing force posture and invest in conventional capabilities to help overcome shortfalls. And then in the summer 2024, the Commission on the National Defense Strategy noted that China's fusing military, diplomatic, and industrial strengths to expand power. The U.S. must match with integrated government approach. We don't do this well. The team they suggest needs to be put together would include military, diplomatic, economic investment, cybersecurity, trade, education, industrial capacity, technological innovation, civic engagement, and international cooperation. That's a long list, but if you were doing cocktail napkin thoughts on what would you need to integrate in our nation in order to have an effective response against this current situation, they'd be on your list. That we lack the capability and the capacity required to be confident that we can deter and prevail. We need to be able to incorporate new technologies at scale, need more and higher capability platforms, software and munitions, need innovational operational concepts, and we need to deter war by projecting strength and ensuring economic and domestic resiliency. And we need a national security budget. I thought this was interesting. You need a national security budget that includes military, state, homeland security, education, commerce, and treasury. So they all have their pieces, but to think of it under a nuclear security umbrella to try to tighten up the amount of money that's going into those organizations that has a direct contribution to national security, I think there's some there if we were to do something like that. We've got a lot of regional initiatives that are underway in the Indo-Pacific. And so you're going to go over these today, I'm sure, but I'm just going to light them up here. First, I want to say that there's more of I think, from a U.S. perspective, or at least my experience in the theater, which is pretty limited, but my experience is that we have, it's a theater where the United States had a lot of bilateral relationships. We had a bilateral relationship with the Philippines, and we had Crow Valley. Crow Valley was a flying range that we had. Mount Pinatubo filled in Crow Valley. But when we had that, and we had kind of exclusive control, we could do all the multinational training. And because of the location of Clark Air Base, that was a sweet thing. When we lost that, I traveled with the Secretary of the Air Force to Thailand, and we said, we're going to invest in a range that's going to be in your zip code, and we really need to do multilateral training. And they said, well, that's a really good idea, and someday we might do that, but we like bilateral better. And then that kind of forced us up to Alaska. Well, if time and distance is a problem anyway, that's not your sweet spot for multinational training. So we had arrangements with Singapore to do training. Australia embracing and welcoming multinational training, that's another reach. So every place that you would want to get together to exercise and train, there's a time and distance component to that doesn't make it prohibitive, but it makes it really hard. Let's see. So the China, if they're doing us a favor as a collective, it's driving the neighborhood into some interesting multilateral arrangements. So the oldest one of the short list of new ones, I'd call the Quad, and that was around 2007. Japan, Australia, the United States, and India. August 2021. Two I learned last week from, I don't know if you know Gordon Chang, but he's a man, this guy's been writing a lot and focused on China, and he's a lawyer in Hong Kong and in China mainland as well. So he's got quite a focus on this, but he told me about Girokus and Giropus. And Girokus, Japan, South Korea, and the United States, and Giropus, Japan, Philippines, the United States. That first one, Japan, South Korea, and the United States, that's one where, Japan and South Korea have enough history that them embracing each other in this kind of a construct is a new phenomenon, and it's an important phenomenon that we're seeing this gain traction. This Indo-Pacific Four, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea. Now, this organization is, I think, just a couple of years old, and this past summer, NATO invited them to come to present. So there's some, there's just a growing relationship amongst the good guys that could bear fruit in the future. And of course, none of this is lost on China, and they threaten, every time there's a press release on any of these good guy things, China has a way to manifest their opposition to that. And the U.S. recently rededicated our commitment to each other in a 1951 alliance. And then another thing that I came across, we have this thing called the Pacific Deterrence Initiative. Now, this was motivated by Congress, as Congress turned to the Department of Defense and said, show us where you're investing in the Indo-Pacific. And so the FY24 budget, $9.1 billion into force posture, infrastructure, presence, readiness. They need to prove that they're doing this west of the international date line to satisfy Congress. And it's including exercises, experimentation, training, improved logistics, maintenance, pre-positioning, building defense capabilities of allies and partners, and defense of Guam. So it's their report card they're going to be scored against by the United States Congress, keeping pressure on the Department of Defense to ensure that we're investing. And why? Because we made a pivot late. We haven't fully committed to the region. We still have great responsibilities in the Middle East and in Europe. I don't see any near-term time that we would ever have the resources. We're not going to vacate Europe and the Middle East, so we can't shift. It would be an old mindset to think that we could shift to a different theater. We're going to have to grow capacity to maintain the influence and leadership we have in Europe and in the Middle East, and we're going to have to be able to engage China at the level we need to engage and to provide leadership to our allies and support to them. That's all about a greater top line with the DoD budget. So I'm about ready to take some questions from you guys, and I welcome all of them, but we obviously need to improve our hand in the region. And the partners seem to be responding pretty aggressively, and we appreciate that. We were late to pivot. Deterring two nuclear armed peers is new to us. One formula does not effectively deter either one. It's got to be tailored, and we just need to step up to the resources required to engage productively in the theater. Okay, I'll stop there, and I look forward to any questions that you guys might have. Let me start with one, because I've got, I'm not an integrated deterrence skeptic, but I do think a couple of points I'd make. Is the words integrated deterrence that I first heard, probably 2019 when I heard them, and as Ryan said, they've now found their way into formal policy documents, strategy documents. But when I first heard them, I didn't know what that meant. And folks that are deep into the, similar backgrounds that I had, we were pretty skeptical, like, what's this all about? Is it about not, doing more with less, leverage other capabilities? That call to whole of government support, not the first I've heard that. 2019 wasn't the first I've heard that. But we haven't had effective whole of government. Treasury's always involved. I mean, we're doing sanctions like crazy. Those guys are engaged, and obviously state and the military, it's job one. But for all the other support that we need, I would say that we have challenges to grow organically within that range of capabilities across the whole nation, for people to be thinking deterrence as uncomplicated, as relatively simple a concept we have of deterrence. I find that you're not going to get a bunch of nuclear guys being chopped to the Department of Commerce to help them evolve their concepts on how they think deterrence with the tools that they have, or any other entity in our government that doesn't think deterrence. Deterrence thinking DNA is helpful, but you need to be awash in the tools that you have in order to bring your piece effectively to the table. So if education and commerce and these other entities are going to fortify our hand and in some case add value to the deterrence equation, how do we grow that capability organically across the government so they think about deterrence and they begin producing, modifying their DNA so they too can really contribute to a whole of government approach? On the other hand, what's new about it? Haven't we always said, man, we got a problem, let's bring to bear all we need in order to affect the response or the change in behavior that we have? I wouldn't be as robust as we're working on. I think integrated deterrence today can be much more useful, but I think that I don't want to oversell the expression integrated deterrence would be a concern that I would have. Okay, yes ma'am.
Okay, hi, my name is Dr. Ganber. I'm a professor here at ASU. So I'm very new to these concepts, right? But you started your talk talking about extended deterrence, so I quickly Googled it,
Right.
as we all do. And it basically, the first thing that I saw there said that extended deterrence with non-nuclear scenarios and assurance are two sides of the same coin, right? So assurance then being about easing fears and things like that. So I wondered, and then as I'm adding this idea of not whole of government, but different departments working together, my question is really about that there's this new project, DoD, State Department, that is supporting countries, other countries with respect to helping them develop their space security or their space or their national security strategies. And which is a first that I've really seen of imagining, I'm in the space world, so imagining a foreign country developing a space policy and then you have a third country in there with you developing that policy. So I just wondered, in respect of what you know about deterrence and assurance side, this particular case study that I have of, say, state and DoD working together to help other countries develop their national security or their strategic strategies, how do we think about that?
That's a complicated question. At least I'm receiving it in a complicated way. Let me first talk extended deterrence and assurance. I see extended deterrence as kind of an operational thing where we say, be with us, and because of our relationship, under the right circumstances, we would be willing to employ our nuclear weapons in your defense. And the assurance piece is less operational and more of a sentiment to say, and because you can count on us, you don't have to pursue your own organic nuclear weapons program. Let us carry that forward. We believe in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and your alliance with us is all you're going to need from a nuclear perspective. So I see that. Now, all the dependencies that the world has on space capabilities are continuing to grow. And I did have a job for a year and a half as the Director of Air and Space Operations at Air Force Space Command. And when you look at the flags that are in space, countries that don't have any organic capacity to launch a satellite, but certainly contribute to building a satellite, and then depend on the platform that they have now gotten parked in an orbit that makes sense for the capability that they're trying to derive. The more we can ensure that maybe it has to do with helping them know how to harden the platform in order to make it more resilient. I mean, there's certain things that we do just from and those aren't just military thoughts that I'm having. I mean, so much of military capabilities are being carried on commercial satellites. And so we have a means by which we pursue those kinds of capabilities and, frankly, led by the commercial sector that tell us how to protect the capability that we're buying. And so the project you're talking about, where we're trying to take expertise in state and expertise in the military and partnering with countries as they develop their own space capabilities, I think it's probably situational awareness of the risks that are up there, both just physical risks because of orbits and debris, and we can help with that because the United States takes on the burden of cataloging everything bigger than a grapefruit or smaller than bigger than a golf ball. We've got a catalog of all that, where it is. And frankly, we have an amazing capability to actually, we're validating that catalog constantly, every night at least, as we shoot at that particular site and then recalibrate exactly where we found it so we can tighten up the catalog constantly. It takes a long time to get through the catalog, but we do it all the time. So I don't know if those, I don't know specifically, but I think those may be some of the ingredients to what the project's all about. And I'm happy to, if I can help in any way, to know somebody, call somebody or whatever, I'd be willing to help. Sure. Yes, sir. Sorry, I should let you run this, because that is smarter. You got the stick.
My name's Eric Artsky. I'm a faculty member at the University of California, San Diego. A number of decades ago, prominent scholar named Kenneth Waltz reasoned that deterrence was stabilizing, which is generically that nuclear weapons are good at deterrence, and therefore, under the right conditions, it was attractive for the U.S. not only not to oppose the proliferation of nuclear weapons, but actually to encourage it. And I wonder what your thoughts are about that scenario in a world in which we're gradually increasing the number of countries that have nuclear weapons. And we're also facing challenges, as you just laid out in eloquent detail, about carrying out a successful deterrence regime across the entire globe by ourselves, on behalf of ourselves, our friends, and our allies. Thank you.
You know, President Kennedy, after the Cuban Missile Crisis, commented that he thought by 1975 the President of the United States would be faced with a world with, I don't know if it was 15 or 25 nations with nuclear weapons. And we all have been blessed that that didn't happen. We've got 9 nuclear weapon states right now. Here's my concern with proliferation. I understand the logic that if some nuclear weapons well, let me put it this way. The more we proliferate nuclear weapons, there are more nuclear decision chains. There are more nuclear release protocols. There are more nuclear security risks. And I'd be concerned that, we're the, I can't think of an elegant way to say it, but we're the old guys on the block. Nobody has a tighter control of nuclear weapons, and I say that as the guy who had to pick up the pieces after we mistakenly moved nuclear weapons from Minot to Barksdale, but that's another story. But in terms of nuclear command and control, we wrote the book. We're confident that Russia is tight with their nuclear command and control. I assume that we say the same about China. I don't know. I worry about Pakistan. I don't know what's going on in India. And I think it's that uncertainty on how far they've progressed to understand. And what's the regime? If they don't have nuclear weapons on alert the way I know it, then they have the nuclear weapons stored someplace. So they have to protect the storage, they have to protect the transit, they have to protect the mating, and they have to have a protocol that ensures that the release of the nuclear weapons conforms with the National Decision-Making Authority. So to me, there's just too much uncertainty if there was unbridled nuclear weapons development and organic programs going on at the same time. Would I be worried if China developed, I'm sorry, I already am worried, that Japan would develop a nuclear weapons program? I'd have much less concern about Japan. Number one, they're on our team. Number two, they have, they have enough of a history that I know that they would be, they would be sure of what they were doing with each step that they took. I also think, though, that we do have to try to reinforce norms. And norms are, you sign up with the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and I think that the more we risk these norms, then people can hold us accountable and say, you're two-faced, you're a hypocrite, and why can't I get my own nuclear weapon? Let's face it, North Korea's not giving theirs up. And, that they believe that, boy, do they have a national interest in having nuclear weapons. Libya probably had that same thing. And of course, that's the classic case that people say, don't ever give up your nuclear weapons program. Look what happens to you if you do. But anyway, I'm rambling now, but those are my thoughts on that.
So, I'm Isaac Humrick. I'm a student here at ASU. Over the past couple years, we've seen a significant number of anti-ballistic missile interceptions, both in Ukraine and then Israel. So my question would be, what is the role of America's ABM capabilities, particularly in relation to the Indo-Pacific, as opposed to, say, in Europe?
Well, first I would draw the great distinction for the tactical environment that the Iron Dome is protecting Israel, and the systems that we have in Ukraine that is doing their best to protect them as best they can. We have solved the math on that tactical intercept. We know the math on the more strategic challenges that we have with an ICBM, but there are numbers that make an Iron Dome equivalent for an anti-ballistic missile capability. I don't think you could ever achieve that. So we have kind of a layered capability. Forward, the Navy has these things called standard missiles, and we have radars and all the capacity to identify small numbers, 1, 2. I'm not the guy to know what our limited capabilities are, but to get it in the boost phase. And then if you can't get it in the boost phase, then can you continue to track it with precision in the mid-course? And we're pretty good at refining when an ICBM is coming our way. We've been doing it since the early 60s. So we can then refine it. But then, of course, now you've got to plot the intercept. And I've heard it likened to a bullet hitting a bullet. And that, over that kind of distance, and the fact that you're trying to hit a nuclear weapon, and there are other means that we do it. You don't necessarily have to hit the nuclear weapon as much as, we used to have radiation capabilities that we would shoot them into the oncoming, the raining down of nuclear weapons to try to, damage them all so that they wouldn't produce the yield that they were intended to do. So anyway, I think that it's not that the large-scale anti-ballistic missile system is being made of unobtainium, but it is absolutely a problem so different from the tactical capacity that we have developed that it's just a different math problem in a big way.
Hey, sir. Thanks very much for the really insightful and thought-provoking comments. I'd love to get your perspective on the idea of strategic ambiguity, especially as it plays, Indo-Pacific and in deterrence theory. Why is it that every time I grab this mic, I get a spam call on my phone? Well, look, so my first 4-star boss and a mentor in my early days as an Army strategist was fond of saying, look, we'll grant that surprise is a principle of war. And at the tactical level, the operational level, even like the theater operational level, you really want to maintain and employ the element of surprise. But at the strategic level, at the national strategic level, no surprises. Neither our allies nor our adversaries should ever be surprised at our red lines, at our interests, at our objectives. And that's the burden and the obligation of being a great power that underpins the international system. But a policy of strategic ambiguity, which has been our stated policy with respect to Taiwan, is like by definition leaving open the element of surprise, right? So I wonder if you could just comment on, if you were advising the National Command Authority, what's your take on strategic ambiguity?
Well, I've had mentors tell me you should never bluff with nuclear weapons. Really, you don't want to. You want to preserve your value in your deterrence. And if you bluff, like Putin, I feel Putin's bluffing. I feel pretty good about that. Not everybody would feel that way, and frankly, the close neighbors know that if he might say he's going to nuke them, he's close enough that if he doesn't do that, he still could kick our ass, and maybe we ought to do what he says. So he exerts enough effect over that. I got to tell a quick story when it comes to certainty. So at the 40th anniversary of the Missiles of October, I was a wing commander up at Malmstrom, and CNN comes up. And I'm going to open it up, and I'm going to let them see lots of stuff. And I kept asking my leadership, this is what I'm thinking of doing. What do you think? And people below them kept saying, well, does your boss know, the 2-star? I said, yeah. He said, well, then it'll be fine. So like it's a 4-star. Anybody telling the commander of Air Force Space Command what I'm about to do? Because we're going live here. And anyway, so it was a great, all day long, they transmitted from Malmstrom Air Force Base and the local community. And a couple days later, there was an article, a letter to the editor. Who is the schmuck that let CNN into our missile fields? Now everybody's going to know we have nuclear weapons around Great Falls, Montana. Hey, the people I want to know that we have them, they know to 5 decimal places, and I hope they're watching today, because we're working our ass off right in front of them to make sure they see absolutely everything we're doing, and that would convey with certainty to them that we are absolutely ready every day to do what we're supposed to do. Deterrence is not a static environment. Our forces manufacture deterrence every day. I mean, this is a hustle, man, especially in the ICBM fields where you got to drive 2 or 3 hours to get to where you're going. It takes, and, do it in bad weather, all kinds of weather. So that is commitment. Anybody watching our nuclear forces, and including looking closely at the Navy and the Navy's nuclear capabilities, they should see there, we should be projecting credibility when we do that. No ambiguity in our commitment to the capability that we have and the competency of our people. So we're selling that every day. When it comes to the strategic ambiguity piece, another challenge that we have is that when we do war games or we do exercises, you're never going to get the President of the United States to play. You're likely never going to get guys who are currently in key jobs to play. SecDef's not going to play. Now, there was one in the early 80s where Secretary Weinberger actually played, and that's another story. But typically, they're not going to play because they don't want to show their cards on how they might react to that stimuli. They want to preserve all their options and not betray that they may be inclined to act one way or another way, given the size of the threat or the attack that's underway. So you never have certainty in the way we don't get the kind of clarity that we'd like to get, so that when you're going to an incoming missile, you're going through your checklist, you have choreographed every word that's in this as everybody's on the net, and you're working through this so nothing gets biased. You're just presenting information. I mean, people spend a lot of time writing a lot of just a few words in order to make sure that we preserve decision makers a full awareness of everything going on, so that they're able to take the counsel of their closest advisors and make a decision they believe is in the best interest of the country. So I believe that you shouldn't bluff with nuclear weapons. You need to have some ambiguity. I think it's a clear line. If there is a red line with nuclear weapons, it's if you attack us with a nuclear weapon, we're coming at you. I'm not saying we have to do that, but that's a red line. I'd hope that I would not be uncomfortable with that being laid out there. That's a fair response if we ever got nuked. But short of that, that uncertainty is I think that ambiguity is important. Because I think that if you were trying to establish a specific action that would lead to a high-end response, that's not reality. There's not going to be a one thing that happens. There's going to be 6 months of generation. There's going to be escalation. It's not even going to be military related. It's going to be economic. It's going to be totally not nuke to nuke. And so it's going to be a phenomenon in space that takes a satellite offline that you're trying to do forensics on to figure out what that was. It's going to be a attack in a public square someplace, and you're trying to do forensics on what that is. And you're trying to put all this stuff together. Well, if you're an attacking adversary taking on the United States, I'd have to think that's going to be sophisticated. And there's going to be a trail of things that have been going on. And to establish that any one thing would be your threshold for a high-end response, it's not real life. There's other things that are going to be complicated, and you want to reserve all of your rights to look at that collective thing going on and enable you to challenge them during that escalation to say, you realize what you're doing. Let me itemize it for you. You've done this. This is the consequence we see. You've done this. This is what we're seeing here. We've done this. You know, it's like if you take out our satellites that are looking at your nuclear forces, that's a very risky option that we may have to make a choice to go with a high-end response if our capacity to have situational awareness has crossed that threshold. I would commend to you the 2018 NPR, because the 2018 NPR says better than I did just now, that don't think that we will restrict the employment of nuclear weapons to just nuclear attack. We have the right to employ nuclear weapons whenever we feel it's appropriate. So the message is, don't think it's that you can get away with doing everything below the nuclear threshold and that we won't respond with a nuclear weapon. I'd never seen that in writing before. That was very provocative to have that in sentence structure. But I thought it's something I probably believed and said to myself, but I'd never seen us say that as U.S. nuclear policy. So, long answer, Brian, to your very good question, sorry. What else? Well, I'll tell you, I'll leave you this one message, especially for the guys that are going to swear an oath here as an officer in our U.S. military. These capabilities that we have should never be presumed to not require attention, concern, leadership focus. I mean, I'm an Air Force guy, spent 34 years in the Air Force. I knew that it was very difficult for like the ICBM guys to compete for resources in some cases, and that other tribes within my service were more entitled to these resources than the ICBM guy. I'm sounding like such a guy with a chip on his shoulder. It's probably true, but I think I'm bigger than that. But the point is that other world events started to take our attention away from nuclear weapons. We took an intellectual holiday in the United States Air Force. We let down our guard. We had epic failure in our nuclear enterprise, and then we had to rebuild that credibility, and we needed to suddenly start to focus on investing in our nuclear enterprise. So you're going to be an expert at something. You need to be an expert at something, especially as you begin your careers. So I guess I'm talking to you guys. You got to be an expert in that stuff. And as you roll up and get in other positions where you're on a staff and you're advising somebody, the boss you have may have no DNA for the expertise that you have, and he's depending on you, or she's depending on you, to clearly articulate what's going on and what might be some good options. In the nuclear realm, the Air Force, produces about 39 or 40 one-stars every year. Some of them are going to be on the board of directors, the 8 or 10 4-stars that are running the Air Force. And only one of them might have nuclear DNA, but many of them have impact on nuclear capabilities. So on all those staffs, when you have the ear of the boss, don't take for granted that anybody's more qualified than you to tell him or her and share your expertise, because you're teaching them, you're training them, and they want to do the right thing. But sometimes you're going to be the smartest guy in the room, whether you know it or not, and you need to run with it. Okay, thanks a lot. I feel better now. All right, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Thorin Wright. I'm an academic lead for Security and Defense PLuS and an associate professor here at ASU, and I'm here to announce a break for 30 minutes. And then we'll come back at 11 for an academic panel on cross-domain and integrated deterrence. Thanks. Minutes. Yeah, I think so. Hi, everyone. We'll start to resume our program now. And this morning, we'll round out the morning's program with a panel of experts to discuss some of the intellectual and conceptual challenges of integrated deterrence. One of our panelists, Tristan Volp from the Naval Postgrad School, was unable to fly in this morning, which was the goal. So we have him zoomed in, hopefully. And hey, Tristan. All right, great.
Good morning.
So I'll get us started with introductions, and then I'll have each panelist sort of give a short 8 to 10 minute presentation of what they view as some of the major conceptual, theoretical, empirical, and research challenges around deterrence in the 21st century. So once again, my name is Thorin Wright. I am an associate professor here in the School of Politics and Global Studies at Arizona State, and I also serve as the academic lead for ASU's end of Security and Defense PLuS. I also have the privilege of being one of the principal investigators on one of our inaugural seed grants focused on integrated deterrence. And what it's trying to do is tackle some of the challenges that Dr. Corbett, who's also a co-PI on that proposal, mentioned, which is trying to understand how deterrence culture and strategic culture differs across the partners of AUKUS, and then how that those changing attitudes around deterrence will then affect attitudes by our other partners in the region, as well as China. So thank you all for being here. I think so far it's been a really good event. My fellow panelists include Tristan Volp, who is zooming in from the Naval Postgraduate School. He's an assistant professor in defense analysis. He's conducted research on the politics of nuclear latency, which are countries that are capable of building nuclear programs but have not yet, and how they leverage that in the international system, as well as how dual-use technology can create security challenges for states. This is especially relevant when we think about the different technological domains associated with integrated deterrence. We're also joined by Ken Gleiman, who's a professor of practice here at ASU, affiliated with S&D Plus as well as the Future Security Initiative. He's a co-PI on our recently awarded DoD Center of Excellence in Irregular Warfare here at ASU. His research spans both ways in which democracies promote strategic interests via support of non-state actors, as well as kind of a pedagogical interest in research on conducting professional military education. And then finally, we're joined by Eric Gartsky, who's a professor at UC San Diego and the director of the Center for Peace and Security Studies there. And he's the leading scholar on cross-domain deterrence. His newest book is culminating a decades-long research program on cross-domain deterrence, which is what we called integrated deterrence a few years ago, and about how the different technological domains that we all are discussing as being relevant, whether it's space, cyber, naval, land, or air, have different considerations that are relevant for thinking about deterrence. And so I'm really looking forward to this discussion. And we'll go ahead and start with Eric. And if you can just go over the major challenges that you think about when you think about integrated deterrence.
Yep. So thanks so much. So a little bit more on my background, just so you know where I'm coming from. I run a team that for roughly a little bit short of the last decade has done a series of funded projects for the Department of Defense under the Minerva Initiative and some other sources. And it was a great treat. We basically were set loose to try to crack some nuts that were sort of irritants to the sort of U.S. defense complex. There was this sense, I think, that many people perhaps in the audience have also had, that we all know what deterrence is. But also, it doesn't seem to quite be operating the way we expect it to, the familiar way that we thought of it in terms of sort of, I refer to this as like your grandmother's deterrence, right? In the old days, deterrence seemed to be more straightforward, and now we have new domains, we have new capabilities, we have new adversaries, we have more of all those things, and we have new problems. And so one of my colleagues, co-authors, John Lindsay, refers to this as China Space Cyber, okay? 3 little words everybody can kind of key into. So what's different about deterrence? And our pitch is that deterrence was sort of overtrained on a particular context, which was the Cold War bilateral nuclear security setting. And as a lot of people will understand, if you do something in a particular way many times, you get good at that, but you don't necessarily diversify your abilities, whether it's exercise or training an animal in a certain activity, or indeed developing a skill set among an organization like a military. And so our pitch is that actually deterrence is more broad and multifaceted than people had been taught to expect, and that there's certain kind of blind spots because of this kind of rigid, narrow package that we get in the sort of standard deterrence description or definition. There are lots of different definitions of deterrence, but almost all of them have very similar elements. There's a story about maintaining the status quo, about war avoidance, right, and a threat. Also implicit in that is some kind of conservation of resources, because if deterrence is more expensive than war, you might prefer war. And an additional element that's kind of lurking in there is you don't necessarily want to do deterrence, or you have a conflicted feeling about deterrence if in fact it reduces your ability at war fighting. If you could improve your chances of avoiding a war, but if you fought that war you would lose it, then you might not like deterrence quite so much. But all of these things in fact are in tension with each other. And one illustration that we've used that I think works pretty well is that everyone wants deterrence. If you look at this sort of panoply of folks that are making suggestions, advice about U.S. grand strategy, let's say going back 10 years, but certainly going forward, they all talk about deterrence. But they all describe a different set of objectives and a different set of ways to pursue this. And what that implies, in fact, is that deterrence isn't a definition or a particular strategy, that it's a bundle of different packages of things. It's a rubric, and that what people are doing is they're migrating through this multidimensional space with a particular set of connected options that they're advocating. It can all be deterrence, in fact, because deterrence isn't one thing, it's a bunch of different options. When you specify the status quo, does that mean that nothing changes anywhere ever? Even a little bit? No, of course not. It's usually some subset of what really is the status quo. The status quo is the way the world is right now in all respects. Well, deterrent threats don't say to an adversary, don't do anything. Don't change anything anywhere at all, not even a little bit. They usually specify a smaller list of don't change these things. And that list is a policy decision. You could make that list shorter. You could make it longer. You could make it more emphatic. You could expand upon it. You could make it more definitive. You could make a sharp drop off between don't go here, but right next to it is okay. Or you can make it more a gradient, and so on. And that policy discretion about what exactly you mean by the status quo means that there's fungibility in terms of what you're going to get when you make a deterrent threat. We are always excited by asking for more, but there's always a consequence for doing it. If you go into the store and you say, I want one of everything, the bill will be higher than if you say, I want one of a few things. And so we work through this in a nearly 500-page book, right? Which no one's going to read because 500 pages is too long. But it gives us some maybe academic credentials and some intellectual credentials to say we've really put a lot of thought into this. And each of the sort of central chapters in the book looks at a different DoD domain and makes an argument about how deterrence works in that domain. And in fact, that your force structure and your force posture is destiny. When you buy different equipment, that equipment, those platforms do certain kinds of things in terms of deterrence well or poorly. And also where you operate, what domains you operate in, they do certain kinds of deterrence well or poorly. And so the kinds of outcomes you're going to get in the world in terms of deterrence change depending upon what kinds of decisions a society makes in terms of where they're going to operate, how they're going to operate, and what they're going to operate with. And I'll end there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. Next in my order is Tristan.
Great. Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me to join this esteemed group. Kudos to the organizers. This is looking to be a very complimentary and aligned panel, given Professor Gardsky's remarks this morning. Now, I really regret not being able to address all of you in person, which is my preferred medium. But alas, United Airlines saw fit in its infinite wisdom to delay and cancel my flights out of SFO due to a large storm here in Northern California, as opposed to probably sunny Southern California, where Eric's coming from. So given this force majeure event, I really hope you'll forgive me for putting together some simple visual aids, a PowerPoint to kind of guide along my Zoom talk, which I'm going to share now. Okay. All right, so my remarks today are going to draw on a multi-year research project I've been leading with Professor Jane Vayman over at SAIS Johns Hopkins in Washington, D.C., and we've been looking at how technology shapes competition and cooperation among nations. In recently published work, we explored how the dual-use nature of technology creates certain challenges for states seeking to curb, let's say, dangerous or very expensive weapons with arms control agreements. And empirically, we assessed some specific attributes of dual-use technology that I'll mention today and looked at their impact on cooperation across all modern armament technologies that have been available to states over the last 150 years. That's why I think this is going to be very complementary to Eric's remarks, right? But arms control is relatively rare in world politics. Arming, however, is a much more common mode of international competition. And it really lies at the heart of the topic for this conference, coercion and deterrence. So I want to focus our attention to look at the role that technology plays in creating a central puzzle around secrecy and arming strategies. Now, we know on the military side, the default mode for many states is to arm by making technology investments in weapons capabilities, and commercial competition to reap economic rewards from investing in similar technologies is even more constant. Now, as states compete, they will assess whether these technology investments pose military threats. So information about arming is very valuable. It can help states to try to gain bargaining and deterrence leverage. They can brandish and kind of reveal these military capabilities, while at the same time shedding light on security threats from adversaries. Yet the key puzzle that I kind of want to put on the table for discussion today is that arming happens in very different ways across various technologies. Let me illustrate. Now, some technologies seem to prime states to arm in the dark, most notably investments in space systems and cyber capabilities tend to be hidden behind extensive layers of state secrecy and are often paired with deception campaigns to mask military activities under the guise of peaceful scientific or, let's say, economic endeavors. Now, the potential to accrue weapons from ostensibly peaceful space systems or underlying IT infrastructure is often left unsaid. Indeed, few governments ever disclose details about the extent to which they are arming themselves with counter-space or cyber weapons. In this murky information environment, others may find it difficult to try to sort out military buildups from more benign economic investments. By contrast, as Professor Gartsky mentioned, extreme secrecy doesn't envelop many other military investments. Most notably, nations augment their strategic nuclear and conventional forces, often in relative plain sight. Although aspects of nuclear weapons, of course, or attack aircraft are kept secret, basic information about arsenal size and composition tends to be pretty well known. Now, states are more likely to be very overt, transparent about these military buildups. And in contrast to some of the, let's say, dual-use deception campaigns we might see over outer space capabilities, some states even take steps to try to authenticate information about their arming efforts with these technologies, such as inviting outside experts to visit weapons production facilities or test sites, which we've seen most recently by the US government inviting NGO experts to the Nevada test site, right? Now, this variation really sets up our core research question. How does technology shape arming strategies? Now, what Dr. Vehman and I have been doing is trying to identify some generalizable attributes that can help us kind of gain traction. These attributes should be able to apply to any weapons technology. And in particular, it should help us kind of look at arming strategies in terms of the modes of secrecy and deception that states might adopt as they're investing in this technology, right? How do they manage information about technology, right? So just to kind of preview the framework, put this on the table for discussion today, we focus on two main attributes: the distinguishability between military and civilian applications, as well as the overall fragility, how survivable, how durable is a weapons platform. And I'm going to lay out these two attributes and kind of walk through very briefly how these shape what we refer to as the cost of deception. How easy is it to kind of cover up military activities under civilian auspices, as well as a fundamental tension between concealing and revealing technology to try to reap deterrence benefits or try to preserve a capability for wartime efforts. Okay, so I'm not going to get into the kind of theoretical foundations here for reasons of time, but let's just say that when it comes to the cost of deception, we know from a lot of existing scholarship that there are some key features that states consider in terms of incentives to misrepresent what they're doing and maintaining secrecy or private information. But the simple point here is that these factors can really vary as states invest in different technologies, right? Let me give you an example here. We talk about the distinguishability of technology. That is, how much information is readily available about whether technology is for military or civilian purposes. Rather than go through all the attributes, which comes from published work, let me give you some clear examples. So think of the maritime domain, right? A military naval vessel is clearly distinguishable in terms of what it looks like, how it's deployed, how it's developed, etc., from commercial cargo containers. Now contrast this to nuclear fuel cycle assets. Here we have a uranium enrichment facility in Europe for peaceful purposes, and these look very similar to the centrifuges that are spinning in Natanz in Iran that have an underlying capacity to produce the fissile material that goes into the core of a weapon. This is a much less distinguishable technology. So again, why does this matter? This makes deception more or less costly. So as a technology becomes increasingly indistinguishable, more information is born private, that is, it's rather secret, and it becomes relatively easier for states to misrepresent what they're up to. Think about Iran again. Iran claims it's investing in nuclear fuel cycle technology to be able to reap peaceful benefits. So this variable really matters in terms of how easy is it for states to kind of implement deception campaigns as they're investing in technology. Now, let me get to the second variable. And this really, I think, cuts to the core of key issues around deterrence, which is that we know from the literature that there's a fundamental dilemma haunting decisions about whether to reveal certain military technologies in peacetime to kind of enhance deterrence, reveal that capability to the adversary, versus needing to hold it in reserve, conceal it so that you can preserve certain battlefield advantages. You can have that element of surprise and your capability isn't degraded by the adversary, right? Now, of course, the severity of this trade-off, of this dilemma, can really vary across different technologies. And to categorize this variation, to get at this dilemma, we introduced this new variable, which we call fragility. Again, I'm not going to go through the specific attributes in terms of how easy is it to degrade that military capability, and how easy is it for an adversary to duplicate or replicate a new capability. Let me give you a few examples. Here is a ICBM. ICBMs, nuclear-tipped long-range ballistic missiles, are an incredibly durable capability because the underlying technology really avails itself to a number of protective measures so that states can kind of ward off potential countermeasures. Compare this to zero-day exploits in the cyber realm, which are usually held in really kind of close quarters because these are extremely fragile military capabilities because once known, a target can potentially patch against it. I'd also say that space systems, incredibly fragile, very difficult to defend orbital capabilities from relatively cheap countermeasures. So why does this matter? This shapes this kind of disclosure dilemma, right? If you have a very durable technology like nuclear-tipped missiles, you don't really face a fundamental trade-off between concealing and revealing. You get both, right? Whereas if you have a fragile space system, you really need to consider keeping those assets secret to be able to preserve them for a crisis or a future conflict with an adversary. So what do we do with these variables? Well, we essentially combine them to try to generate some expectations about the sort of patterns we should see over secrecy or revelation and how that impacts kind of competition dynamics and deterrence among nation states. And in particular, I kind of want to leave you all with thinking about 4 specific strategies. I'm not going to go through these in detail, but I just want to kind of put these on the table. You can kind of see how combining these 2 variables, you generate kind of 4 optimal strategies based on the type of technology that you're investing in, right? So just to highlight, space systems today, these are highly indistinguishable in terms of their dual use applications, and they remain very fragile. Although recent innovations in low Earth orbit kind of constellations may be creating a more resilient space architecture. But all that aside, the kind of dominant strategy we see right now between the United States, Russia, and China seems to be trying to build up certain military capabilities and use this dual use nature of the technology to kind of further conceal and cover up observable elements behind kind of civilian auspices, right? That stands in stark contrast to, again, recent modernization efforts the United States has been undertaking with its nuclear forces, which fall in that upper right quadrant. Highly distinguishable, highly durable. The dominant strategy there is to clarify what you're doing so that you reap those maximum deterrent benefits. And I'd be happy to talk about some of those off-diagonal cells as well, but all this to say that I think this provides some key insights into kind of 3 main implications to kind of conclude on. First, for our understanding of how secrecy operates around military investments, we know that states face this incentive to kind of hide capabilities or try to brandish them for deterrence and coercive benefits. And technology really shapes the degree to which they face a tension between those 2 objectives. For deception, we know that there's opportunities for ambiguity and being able to cover up some of these campaigns, but the dual use nature of technology, how it varies along that distinguishability spectrum really matters for making it easier or harder. And then finally, as Dr. Gartsky mentioned, the cost of arming here matter too. If you decide not to adopt an optimal strategy, that may come at kind of higher cost, both for deception or maybe the capabilities you're investing in. And then finally, given the kind of emphasis on AUKUS and alliance dynamics, I think there's also some really interesting extensions and research to be done here about how dual-use deception could enable some really unique buildups with allies and partners who want to reap economic benefits from maybe dual-use capabilities and may also be trying to avoid the wrath of a major adversary in the region, think some of our partners with China, by investing in what seem like commercial off-the-shelf technology rather than overt military hardware. All right, I'm at time. Again, thank you for letting me zoom in, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Tristan. I also want to compliment that 2x2 table. It's a tool I frequently encourage my graduate students, and I saw a couple of them nodding along when they saw that. That's very good. Ken.
All right, thank you, Thorin. So Thorin asked us to highlight the major conceptual challenges to thinking about integrated deterrence anchored in our own research and professional background. So My professional experience comes as a military strategist and advisor to mostly one, but really three Indo-PACOM commanders, and also a lot of work in OSD policy. My current research background is in irregular warfare, and part of my professional background is as a former Special Forces officer. But I've studied irregular warfare and external support to resistance, insurgent, and terrorist groups. Thorin mentioned the DoD IW Center. I am a co-PI on a research support services effort to the Department of Defense's Irregular Warfare Center. And if you're interested in irregular warfare and its work, around deterrence, actually, I highly recommend you go and check out their website. It's a fantastic organization, and hopefully you'll see in the next few months some great research from ASU and its partners in that. But I'm going to highlight just briefly three very generalized conceptual challenges to thinking about integrated deterrence. The first was touched on a little bit here, but I want to put a different spin on it. It was touched on earlier, which are what are the other elements, or what do the other elements or tools of national ability, how can those be employed to bolster deterrence? I don't like to use the word national power. I like to use national ability. So deterrence is mostly about military and sometimes economic power, but what about legitimacy, influence, and what about the benefits of restraint? Okay, so just think about that. That's one. The second one is the role that national resilience and resistance, or pre-planned resistance, can play in deterrence. You hear a lot of talk about porcupine strategies. We like animal metaphors, right? Well, think not just about porcupine strategies, but about poison frog strategies, okay? And I'll talk more about that. And the third challenge is a question to pose to yourself, is that if you're serious about strategic competition, or as a lot of our European friends like to say, systemic rivalry, right? If you're serious about strategy within that, you may not want to deter certain activities. Okay, so those are the three challenges. And so let me start talking about the first one. So, integrated deterrence as a term was a bit maligned at first. I mean, it really came into the discourse when Lloyd Austin became the Secretary of Defense, though it was there a little bit before. And as a lot of folks today have said, it's kind of old wine in new bottles. Why would you have disintegrated deterrence, right? But within the Department of Defense, when I heard the Department of Defense initially talk about it, before that definition that we have on the program here, DOD had a little trouble getting that definition out, and they would say, I remember one DOD official saying, integrated deterrence means planning, coordinating, and operating with all government agencies and allies and partners to build combat credible force across all domains and across the full spectrum of conflict to deter aggression in the face of China and Russia. And I thought, wow, you went right to combat credible forces, even though we wanted to talk about these other elements of power. And so when I worked for the Indo-PACOM commander or commanders, we would often give presentations to groups of people that were not very familiar with national security, weren't familiar with the term deterrence, and so we needed ways of simplifying it and explaining it in a simple way. And Ryan Shaw kind of did that really nicely at the beginning, and I thought that was really good. But we wanted to get the audience involved in the discussion. So rather than giving them some deep talk on Thomas Schelling or something like that, we often just explained it as an equation, which said that your ability to deter an adversary is an equation that's essentially a function of your relevant military capability, and this was Indo-PACOM at the time, so we definitely emphasized relevant military capability, because part of what we were noticing in the Indo-Pacific was that even though the U.S. was the largest, most powerful military in the world, as the Major General mentioned before, a lot of that capability was not in the Indo-Pacific, and therefore the deterrence equation was a bit skewed if you weren't looking at it correctly. But it was relevant military capability times your level of resolve, times your signaling, your level of resolve, will, but also your ability to signal. And we deliberately put the multiplication in there, that it was times, because that got the discussion going with business leaders and with people that represented other elements of society to say that if any one of those is zero, you probably don't have deterrence. right? In other words, if you don't have the military capability, but you're really resolved and you really let them know, you're just going to be angry and waving your arms. If you have the capability and you have the resolve, but you fail to signal it, as I loved in Tristan's presentation there, you might not have deterrence either. But that would get us into fruitful conversations about the value of, the signaling part, the value of strategic ambiguity, the one China policy, and the general deterrence value of uncertainty. We'd also get into discussions, and this was often brought up by business leaders, believe it or not, which was the forgotten expansion of the deterrence equation to include the benefits of restraint. I mean, if you really want to deter, right, why wouldn't you just increase the benefits of restraint? Now that might get you into talks about appeasement or paying off your adversary in some way. But I began to realize, we don't think about this enough. If you increase the benefits of restraint, perhaps you can add to that deterrence equation. Under the Obama administration and then under the Trump administration, the audience at these forums, they'd often emphasize the non-military elements of national power and how hugely important they were to all four of those parts of that deterrence equation. So how it wasn't just the U.S. military capability that mattered, Allied capability mattered too, and how well it was integrated and could fight with the U.S., but also not just U.S. resolve, but Allied resolve. And not just that, but the actual country, of course, these almost always went towards Taiwan, the resolve of the country that you were protecting. So the Biden administration's emphasis on integrated deterrence, while much maligned, I think has made it actually easier to have those types of conversations and to talk more about the tools of influence and legitimacy outside of just military power. But I still haven't heard much about the benefits of restraint. So for this forum, I think the second conceptual challenge that I mentioned is probably a bit more interesting. But what role does national resistance and resilience play in deterrence? Now we think about this challenge from the perspective of smaller countries facing the threat of aggression and occupation or annexation by a foreign power. Some military strategists have a hard time getting their head around this, but conceptually the idea is simple. If the ultimate aim of an aggressor, or if the ultimate aims of an aggressor are occupation and annexation of territory, then shouldn't the will and capability of the people to resist that occupation also be considered in this increasingly complex deterrence equation? At Indo-PACOM, I once asked an Air Force strategist how much planning effort should be focused on adversary phase 4 and disrupting for example, say the PRC occupation of Taiwan and perhaps assisting resistance effort during an occupation. In other words, you're all obsessed with defeating the invasion. Every war game you see in DC is all about the invasion. But do you put any thought into how you would defeat or bleed the occupation? And if you're serious, again, this leads you a little bit to the third point, which if you're serious about competition, you might not want to deter. I'm not saying that's the case with Taiwan, by the way. But anyway, he looked at me kind of puzzled and said, why would we plan for failure? And this was back in about 2014, so having just come back from years in Iraq, I found that kind of ironic. So I proposed the following thought experiment. I said, if U.S. leaders knew in 2002 that they would face a violent insurgency for the next 5 to 10 years, would they still have invaded? Now, sure, hindsight is 20/20. And if you look at it, there's really good reasons to believe in the arrogance of and the hubris of the leaders of great powers. But the U.S. had no intention of annexing or even occupying Iraq long term. Ask the same question of Soviet leaders in Afghanistan in 1979. Leaders are pretty bad at estimating the will and capability of a population to resist. They're also bad at estimating the will of other countries to support resistance efforts. But if that's part of their historical consciousness, and if it's part of their strategic discourse, if it can be inserted into it, if a smaller country can signal that they have the will to the will to both to resist both the invasion and the occupation. Thinking back to Tristan's example of what they reveal or what they conceal. In other words, revealing that there is a significant effort pre-planned at resistance and resilience while concealing the operational details. That should add something to the deterrence equation. Now, there are certainly historical examples, right? There's the Nazi leadership decided not to execute Operation Tannenbaum between 1940 and 1943 because the Swiss had developed a pre-planned resistance that was all part of a really total defense strategic approach. Finland deterred Soviet expansion and annexation for years with a total defense model. I wouldn't replicate it, but some would argue that Enver Hoxha did this in Albania and prevented invasion from Yugoslavia and others. So to use Eric Gartsky's terminology, not what he talked about today, but what he talked about yesterday, a development of resilience and resistance and total defense approaches are a kind of offset in the qualitative capabilities that are part of that sort of complex deterrence equation. So the question then becomes, how do you add national resistance and resilience potential to the deterrence equation? Although I think it's difficult to measure, European frontline states have been doing this for years with huge increases in focus and effort since 2014. But even with more intensity since of course, February 2022, when Russia expanded its invasion and attempted the occupation of Ukraine. But before 2022, I think in 2018, NATO developed the resistance operating concept and made national resilience a central focus, but especially for those frontline states. And there's a lot of people who study this, including myself, have been busy in Eastern Europe and in the Indo-Pacific, teaching resistance and resilience strategy and tactics as part of this effort. So I just want to briefly go to my third one, which is lastly. It's sort of this contradiction. If the U.S. is really in an international environment characterized by strategic competition, then why are we so focused on deterrence? There may be advantages to letting your adversary make a mistake. There's at least this idea, you never interrupt your adversary when he makes a mistake, but you should at least prepare for it. At least prepare for that contingency, because the strategic competition doesn't end when deterrence fails. So I'll just leave you with those three challenges, and I think those are three things that we can all think about if we want to better understand strategic deterrence or integrated deterrence. Thanks.
Thank you, Ken. I've got a couple of questions for the panel that are trying to kind of tie some of these points together, and then we'll open it up to the audience. So across all three of these, we talk about different technologies. Tristan really got into this point a little bit with the kind of the distinguishability between dual-use tech. And Ken, specifically, when we talk about trying to identify national resolve and will to resist, all of these things will rely on the ability to credibly signal certain pieces of information. And this is for the benefit of the students in the room, that the general argument in the bargaining literature is that while wars are costly but nevertheless recur, adding clarity to those costs can make conflicts less likely in general. In other words, that's how one of the ways that deterrence is effective, and you can kind of avoid pathways to escalated conflict. But given the challenges of integrating deterrence across these technological domains, some of which are better for deterrence than others. This is one of the big themes of Eric's book, is that some technology domains are better for deception, some are better, some add clarity, some domains have a little bit of both. Are these information and credible signaling problems just going to get worse in this phase of strategic competition, as opposed to the strategic competition that occurred in the previous two generations? Of course.
So my response, yes. Okay, I'll expand on that a little bit. Adding complexity to any process makes it harder to get everything right. That's our own lives, we recognize this. Let's take a little bit more serious dive at this and recognize that the notions of deterrence that all of you have in your heads, and it's not you because you have the same notions as people in Washington, you have the same notions as most of the people that we look up to as being the most prominent policymakers and intellectuals, they're fundamentally incompatible with modern theories of war. And that's a problem, right? If the underlying process that you're trying to manipulate doesn't intersect with the tools that you have to manipulate it, you cannot succeed, except if you're dumb and lucky, okay? And dumb and lucky isn't a policy, it's not a grand strategy, it's an oops, okay? So what am I talking about? The canonical theories of war today say that war is a bargaining failure. It's fundamentally an informational problem. Every war that humanity has had ended at some point. And it ended because the two sides could agree about what continuing to fight would get them. Which means that what they were doing before it ended was not agreeing about what continued fighting would get them. That's not a story about who's strong. That's not a story about who can impose costs or risks on another. That's a story about having different expectations, different psychological states of the world, different understandings. Okay, so if your goal in deterring is to avoid a contest, that's an informational problem. What you have to do is either learn from the other party what they think the world looks like in relevant regards, or inform them about what you think so that you can forge a deal that doesn't require a contest. When Vladimir Putin sent tanks into Ukraine, he had an idea about what was going to happen next. We now think we know that he thought it would be a 3-day war. We're pretty sure at this point that it's not going to be a 3-day war. Somebody got that wrong. But we can't just blame Putin because, in fact, most of the world's experts had in their head that this was going to be a relatively short contest, a bit of a walkthrough, and that, in fact, Ukraine's best shot was in that resistance movement after the tanks had already gotten to Kyiv. Okay? So a lot of people misunderstood what was going to happen. The future is hard, right? We haven't done it yet. So if your goal in deterrence is war avoidance, then that's a communication problem. If your goal in deterrence is obtaining something you value, that's a power problem. It's an influence problem. It's a different issue. Those two things are sitting side by side in our story. They cannot both be affected mutually to the same extent by the same implements. Power will get you a better deal. It will not avoid a war. Information will avoid a war, but it won't necessarily get you a better deal. And sometimes you have to struggle with which of these you're going to emphasize and which you're going to take a back seat to. In fact, what we do all the time, we learn a lot of things about adversaries, and we don't use it to avoid wars, we use it to win the wars when they happen. That's what intelligence looks like, mostly. Not always, but sometimes. So I'd say these things are in tension with each other. Here's a simple way we can make the future better, even with all these complicating factors, is go read the relatively finite literature, the new literature on the causes of war, throw away anachronistic and wrong-headed ideas like realist theories of war, because they're nonsense. They're great for telling you who's going to win. They're not good for telling you whether you have to fight to get there. And go read the current literature on bargaining in war and start forming policies in regard to that literature, which actually does explain what leads to contests and what avoids them. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Ken or Tristan?
No reason to follow Eric on that one. I think I concur.
Sure, I'll make a few points. So I think in terms of what the future environment for competition looks like. The work that I've been doing with Professor Vayman, we try to separate out some of the political military factors that kind of lead to arms control or cooperation or might drive competition. We try to separate those out from some of the underlying technological attributes, right? And I think that's important because right now, the common line within DC is that the prospects for cooperation with their adversaries, it's pretty much non-existent for political military reasons. And I think what our research illustrates is that even if those political military conditions change in the future, like let's say we just narrowly make it through a Cuban Missile Crisis type situation with China over Taiwan, for example, there could be some real incentive to sit down and say, hey, let's try to maybe curb some of the most dangerous and destabilizing capabilities that were at the heart of that crisis. What our research illustrates is that the nature of technology that we're currently competing over today is going to potentially create serious structural constraints on the ability of great powers to be able to reach those sort of agreements in the future, even if the political factors come into alignment, right? And so I think that's really worth keeping in mind, is that we had this really special window of time during the Cold War in which the nature of technologies that were at the heart of US-Soviet competition, namely nuclear-tipped ICBMs, there was many problems associated with competition and trying to cooperate, kind of curb some of those capabilities. But the underlying dual-use nature of rockets was not really one of them, right? And so if you look at a lot of the other technologies today, they're at the heart of US-China or US-Russia competition: biotechnology, space systems, cyber capabilities, UAVs, frontier AI models. All of these technologies are highly indistinguishable. They're highly integrated into military and civilian sectors, and many of them are quite fragile. And that creates a really dangerous combination to emphasize secrecy and deception. And it also creates serious barriers to being able to curb them if everyone decides it's in their interest to do so. So I think in terms of what the future looks like for competition, it really depends on what technologies we're talking about. These same information problems do not apply to strategic nuclear forces. But as the work that Professor Gartsky has done with John Lindsay, there are now other technologies that are playing an increasingly prominent role in that competition space. So again, the nature of technology here matters. They're not all the same. They create different problems. Over.
Thank you. We have about 10 minutes left in our allotted time, so I'm going to turn it over to the audience.
I'm not sure. Okay. Hi, my name is Professor Ganaba. And thank you guys so much for your talk. I had to write down my idea, but when you were talking about keeping satellites secret, so I'm in the space world, I'm a space lawyer. The fact that from a normative standpoint, we have this like United Nations registry for space objects. So you're supposed to launch, tell the United Nations, whatever. But that is only as appropriate, right? So there's a caveat there. Context, we're talking about space situational awareness, as we talked about before, knowing what's in space. But that's a capability that's now shifted from the DoD to commerce to make it more public. Now, the reason that I give these examples is because when you're talking about secrecy and arming in the dark, it's not just our adversaries, because everybody seems to have this capacity to be able to do this, because the normative framework is saying, sure, do it, but only do it when it's feasible to you. So because people want to allow their behavior to continue, they basically focus on resilience and responsive space. So we say, well, our targets, it's not worth it trying to target us because we're more resilient, or we do responsive space, which means we have the capacity to respond immediately and launch another satellite. So that was a really long way of me basically saying, given your framework, your wonderful matrix there, how do you think about all these things?
Excellent question. I'm throwing up, some self-promotion here for the piece, the previously published piece. This looks heavily, one of the key case studies we look at is multiple attempts by the US and Soviet Union to try to build on the Outer Space Treaty to include non-nuclear ASAT bands during the Carter and Reagan administrations. And we try to, kind of tease out how some of these factors related to indistinguishability of space technology over time really made that difficult. So I'm just kind of throwing that up there for reference. Let me directly answer your question. So I think, the traditional space architecture of creating very large, very durable, very sophisticated orbital assets has long created a temptation for adversaries to kind of go after and target these what's referred to as these big juicy target sets, right? We see this repeatedly in the declassified archival record. We see this even today, public announcements in the last 5 years from US military leaders. And so that's the traditional architecture is, of course, there's going to be observable launches, right, of kind of like satellite capabilities or space planes. But again, the fact that it's difficult to separate out military and civilian applications, and in particular, it can be hard to separate out potential co-orbital ASAT capabilities from, let's say, something benign like deploying a satellite or a space plane with robotic grappling capabilities to deal with space debris. Well, that's the same technology that would be really useful for kind of a co-orbital intercept capability, right? And so I think that really creates incentives for secrecy over traditional space architecture, just trying to conceal it, right? And also trying to engage in deception when the activities, when the launches are observable to open source commercial SSA. Now, I think one really interesting development we've seen since 2019 with Starlink is the introduction of a more durable slice of space capabilities. Small sats in large numbers that can be readily reconstituted, that are difficult to target. This really potentially could create incentives not for secrecy, but rather for revelation. And in fact, we've seen some indications of this. The US National Reconnaissance Office, traditionally very tight-lipped, we've seen the director of the NRO come out publicly and really talk about SSA capabilities and about US investments in LEO constellations. And I think this could be, it's too early to tell, but this could be a really important shift towards a more resilient space architecture, which I think would have major implications for what sort of incentive states face to try to disclose what they're investing on in space capabilities, as well as, of course, the kind of investments in counter space capabilities to go after, to try to target, a more resilient LEO constellation. I hope that answered your question, but it's a very good one. Thank you.
Hey, so question for Ken. Appreciate these comments. On focused on irregular deterrence, two questions. You talked some about resistance, which is great. It occurs to me that there's a real dilemma there because, as we've said, in the relationship between resistance and deterrence, because deterrence depends on communication. So you have to communicate that you have this capability, but the capability to a degree depends on secrecy, right? Because if you advertise too widely your preparations for resistance, they know precisely how to target your resistance capability, and then so I wonder if you could say anything about how that can be managed. But then in the larger sense, when we talk about irregular deterrence, which is a term in which I'm keenly interested and I don't actually know that much, is it just resistance, or are there other elements that can be considered as part of irregular deterrence, perhaps ones that don't presume failure, as you said?
Yeah, so let's take the first part of that question. I think is important, and I'm really glad that Tristan was here giving his presentation, because I actually don't think that the establishment of pre-planned resistance or resilience infrastructure necessarily is something that's going to be exposed. So I think you can project and advertise that you are preparing for resistance without giving away the operational and tactical details of that. And so some of the things that we talk about is such things as those literal engineering preparation for destroying avenues of approach, or deciding very clearly like which pieces of infrastructure that an adversary is going to want or need you are going to disable or destroy. And you can start having and making those plans, and you can conceal it, but you can conceal a lot of this, but still make it clear that you are that these efforts are happening, whether it be through expenditures, whether it be through call-ups, or whether it be through the systems that you put in place to organize the population in the event of an invasion. So I think it is really the same thing. There are things that you can conceal, and there are things that you can choose to reveal. Operational security is going to be tough in any conflict, but it is kind of the same principle. You just have to decide strategically what you want to reveal, and then tactically and operationally what you want to conceal. The other part of this, this idea of irregular deterrence, I don't love the term any more than I love the term irregular warfare, right? But it is looking at deterrence differently, and so some of the things that you might consider here. It's most resistance movements, most insurgencies. One of the most critical factors of success for a successful insurgency or a successful resistance is outside support. So if it's clear that any resistance is going to get outside support, that's another thing that you can do with other elements of national power, if you will, to make sure that that's going to happen. And then, of course, this is one that's a little bit more difficult to talk about in this forum, but there's the idea of national identity, which is really important in talking to a lot of small states or small countries about pre-planned resistance and resistance to an occupation. And that's about understanding their own national identity and how important it is. And the fact that there are different sub-identities or different identities within one state. Is there a coherent national identity? And that actually becomes really important in irregular deterrence, because occupiers often try to separate elements of the population against each other. And so if they can do that, then you don't have a comprehensive resistance. So that's another element.
Eric, you wanted to follow up?
Yeah, just really quick. Every deterrent act or effort has a half-life. In a previous incarnation, when I was much younger, I was a combat engineer, and we build obstacles, and we were taught that obstacles don't stop the enemy. It has to be covered with fire, and what they do is they channelize an adversary, right? We've been thinking about deterrence for 80 years as a big wall that the enemy comes up to, looks at the wall kind of stupidly, and stops and just is completely perplexed. That's the wrong way. The right way to think about deterrence is as a combat engineer would think about an obstacle. It's as important, perhaps even more important, to when you plan a deterrence strategy to think about how long it will take for the adversary to optimize on this new reality, and also where you want to move them in preventing them from doing the thing that you initially thought they were going to do. So the idea, so the Estonians, for example, have really gone in for this idea. They counted the number of soldiers in their army and realized that the Russians had a few more, and that they weren't going to stop the Russians from invading if the Russians really wanted it. So they were going to, and in part, the Ukrainians sort of pitched this too. They developed a separate branch of their military, which was the Special Forces, which was really supposed to be the insurgent warfare, to carry the enemy, carry the war to the enemy when the enemy was inside your gates. Okay. But what an enemy who's paying attention should do is then develop a counter to that, and you're going to have to evolve. So stop thinking that you're going to build that wall and then you can go home and go to sleep and everything's going to be safe. That the enemy is going to maneuver on your obstacle and you're going to maneuver on their maneuvering, and this is an ongoing process.
And with that, that concludes our time, and I think we have lunch brought in. So thank you all to all the panelists. Thank you, Tristan, for making it, even though it was difficult today. And thanks to Ken and Eric as well. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Hey, folks. We've apparently got an afternoon to get on with here, so let's take our seats and we'll get started in another couple of minutes. I'm in no great hurry, but 3 to 5. All right, folks. Well, once again, I'm Ryan. If you weren't here for my introduction this morning, I'll spare it. But Ryan Shaw, I work here at ASU and with Security and Defense PLuS. And as much as I struggle to conceive of the idea, Charlie, our deputy director, insists that we would benefit from hearing more out of me today. Now, Charlie's in Australia, allegedly tuned in online, so this might actually just be a practical joke that he's playing on all of us. But nevertheless, I will do my best, as I did this morning, to provide some preparatory remarks before we bring up the real experts to make us all smarter on these aspects of deterrence. Now, and I would love for this part to be as discussion-full as possible. That's a word. Why not? When we were talking about doing this, I insisted that I wanted my afternoon remarks to be responsive to what had been discussed in the morning, and so I have a messy set of notes here rather than prepared remarks. I trust you'll bear with me, and please feel free to interrupt with questions or comments. But I mentioned this morning that, I referred to a piece I'd written earlier about integrated deterrence, and I said an integrated deterrence worth its name would be integrated both vertically and horizontally. And on the vertical axis, we would have nuclear deterrence, conventional deterrence, and this emerging concept of irregular deterrence. We covered all those pretty well this morning. General Alston is an expert on the nuclear side and shared some with us. In Ken's remarks, we talked a lot about irregular deterrence, and everybody else filled in the conventional deterrence in between. So let's focus on the horizontal axis a little bit here. It is the nature of integrated deterrence that as I said in that article, and as the National Defense Strategy and the National Security Strategy have since said, it's meant to be integrated horizontally across the instruments of U.S. national power, the different agencies of our federal government, and also with our allies and partners abroad. So I would offer that the easier of those two propositions is with our allies and partners. Not to say that it's ever easy, but historically, name the last time the U.S. went to war alone. We have a long record of successfully building alliances and prosecuting these things in an allied context. And, this is a Security and Defense PLuS initiative. As I mentioned, we launched this with the recognition that from the U.S. perspective, the UK and Australia are our closest security allies. As we said, three-fifths of the Five Eyes Alliance and 3/3 of the AUKUS partnership. And, those two nations particularly have been shoulder to shoulder with us in every conflict since early in the 20th century. And so historically, we are pretty good at that. Now, there's work to do. That is the nature of AUKUS itself, right? It is a fundamentally Now, there's some disagreement about what AUKUS fundamentally is, but at its core, it is a technology sharing agreement for defense capabilities. Again, Pillar 1 focused on conventionally armed, nuclear-propelled submarines, and on Pillar 2, we have all of the emerging technologies, including AI and quantum and hypersonics and cyber and space and undersea and unmanned vehicles and electronic warfare and the rest. But I've been a big advocate for the more expansive vision of what AUKUS ought to be, because I firmly believe that there's no sense having jointly developed technologies if we don't translate them into jointly developed capabilities. And even then, it's not enough unless they're translated in and employed as jointly developed doctrine, which leads to jointly developed war plans and ultimately jointly developed exercises. And we hope that that deterrence is effective, but if necessary, jointly executed war plans as well. But again, we do really well. Where we tend to struggle, from my perspective, is integrating our military instrument with the other instruments of U.S. national power. So one of the projects other than S&D PLuS that I oversee here at ASU is the Competitive Statecraft Initiative. And competitive statecraft is sort of founded on this idea that we've got a problem here. And fundamentally, the problem is, we have not had, over the last couple of decades, really great foreign policy outcomes. That seems pretty incontestable, right? Now, some of those have been failures of deterrence, and we can all point to those. We've talked about some of them. One of the weird things about deterrence is that it's hard to prove, and it's sort of hard to disprove. You can't prove a negative type of deterrence. Is all about what doesn't happen. So there are a number of things that have happened that we would have preferred to deter that have happened. And so we have deterrence failure. You can say, so we failed to deter a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now, we have so far deterred Russian use of nuclear weapons in that invasion. We have deterred, the spillover of that conflict into our NATO allies and others. So again, that's dicey. But there have been, over the last couple of decades, failures of deterrence, but there have been other failures as well. So we, in the military strategy world, we have this construct for the utility of military force. And military force can do 4 things for you. It can assure your allies, deter your adversaries, and coerce and compel your enemies. And I think that we can look at all of our conflicts and say that we failed in all of those regards, right? Our allies are no longer assured. Well, that's not an absolute statement, but our allies are not as assured as we would like them to be. Our adversaries are not as deterred as we have like them to be. We have not, and when we've engaged in conflict, we have not coerced even asymmetric adversaries. We have not compelled asymmetric adversaries. And this with the finest military that has ever strode the face of the planet, right? It's not as if we lack for military capability. We seldom suffer a battlefield defeat. Yet for all the uses of military force, we have failed to get enduringly positive foreign policy outcomes for several years now. And that requires some explanation. So one of the, at least part of the explanation, we would presume, is this failure to connect the military instrument, that vastly capable military that we have together with our allies, with the other instruments of national power, including including diplomacy, development, lawfare, economics and trade, finance, and all the rest. And so that's the nature of the problem that the competitive statecraft construct sets out to define. It was defined originally and most famously by George Kennan back at the beginning of the Cold War in a memo in the State Department with which you're likely familiar, called the Inauguration of Organized Political Warfare. And he diagnosed this problem as such. We have been handicapped by a popular attachment to the concept of a basic difference between peace and war, by a tendency to view war as a sort of sporting context outside of all political context, by a national tendency to seek for a political cure-all, and by a reluctance to recognize the realities of international relations, the perpetual rhythm of struggle in and out of war. And, his diagnosis in the early years of the Cold War, I think that was 1947, 48, I would say, if anything, it's probably even more of a problem today. Now, why is that? people who agree with the assertion so far tend to be really hard on us as Americans and talk about how we could be so stupid and so ignorant as to conceive of the things in a way that handicaps us. But I'm actually, well, first of all, plenty of other people are bagging on us, so I don't need to do that. But secondly, I'm sympathetic and I have a little more understanding because I think there are really good and noble historical reasons why we are constructed this way. It goes back to our founding. And our founding, we were conceived, born out of a revolution against Europe and wanted to be a different type of society in an imperial world, not beholden to kings and armies and empires, but a free and open society dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal and all the rest of that. And so our founding fathers had like a fear of standing armies, and we structured a system, and this goes, to the constitutional mandate for Congress to maintain a navy but to raise an army. We structured a constitutional system that separated the war-making powers from the other powers of trade. And so by design, these systems are, the authorities, the resources, the structures are separated and designed not to work together. This is the sporting context that Kenan referred to, right? In the world that we imagine, I like the sporting context analogy, actually. In the world that we imagine, we are a peace-loving democracy. We lead with our diplomacy and our trade and all the rest. But the world gets a little rough sometimes, so occasionally you have to have a war. So when we do, somebody blows a whistle to start this sporting contest. The diplomats and the economists vacate the field. The generals and the soldiers come in. They kill a bunch of people. They break a bunch of things until somebody surrenders. Then we blow a whistle again, and we go back to business. And as usual, and all the military forces go back home and, beat their swords into plowshares and return to their farms, and that's the way it works. Now, I don't know that was ever really feasible in the 18th or 19th centuries. It was Kenan's contention, of course, in the middle of the 20th century that that system that was built with that in mind was ill-suited to the realities of that time, and it's certainly not suited to the realities of our time now. So we have... We've launched here at ASU this competitive statecraft initiative, and we've chosen the term competitive statecraft. We chose it to the exclusion of some other terms, one of them being political warfare itself for a variety of reasons, which we could talk about. But we also chose not to use the term irregular warfare, which a lot of people suggested, well, isn't what you're just talking about irregular warfare? And I've spent a lot of time over the last couple of years explaining why not, first of all, why not warfare, because I don't think that's a particularly helpful construct, but also why not irregular? When used in the context of irregular warfare, the word irregular serves sort of a normative function. This has been developed historically over the years where warfare was the province of the Westphalian nation state, conducted by national armies according to the laws of war, and everything that was other than that was called irregular, and it was by definition sort of bad and to be discouraged, right? But if you apply that to competitive, strategic competition, as we would call it today, there's nothing irregular about that. This is what we do all the time. And so you wouldn't want to append adjective here that made it seem like it was, first of all, either odd and not normal, or secondly, even bad and something that we shouldn't engage in, right? That's one of the things. The other term that's been proposed here is like, well, isn't what you're talking about just integrated deterrence? And that brings us to today, because I don't know if I mentioned this. Charlie suggested that I should talk about the relationship of competitive statecraft to integrated deterrence. So here we are. People have frequently said, well, yeah, this holistic whole of government, not just the military, but bringing all the instruments of national power together to solve these problems in a better way, in a more holistic way, that's what integrated deterrence is. I don't think so. Because, and this is where actually I'd love some feedback from you deterrence specialists. The deterrence is, by definition, about what you don't want, right? It is. Now, we talked about the futility of clinging to the status quo, I guess, earlier, which is a point that I appreciate. But, because nothing's ever static. It changes, and these are dynamic relationships. But by definition, deterrence is about what you don't want to have happen and what you want to prevent in in the change that you want to prevent in the international system. And now, given, as I started the day by saying that, given the other models on offer for world order, preserving the one that we've maintained, the free and open liberal democratic order that we've maintained for the last 75 years, is well worth doing. But unfortunately, deterrence doesn't say anything at all about what you do want to have happen. And just an observation, as we've mentioned, integrated deterrence is sort of the foundational idea behind our U.S. national defense strategy and echoed in our national security strategy. Plugged in as I am to the alliance here, I've also read the UK Integrated Review and the Australian Defense Strategic Review, along with their new national defense strategy. They don't have a national security strategy, though I think they certainly should. They're all, in one way or another, premised on this idea of deterrence. Again, you can sort of understand why. But let's just review some really round numbers here, and very round numbers, so don't hold me to them. But between the U.S. with its $800 billion or so defense expenditures every year, and we can throw in our AUKUS allies there, the UK and the U.S., and that brings us to about $960 billion of defense expenditures annually, which is a lot of money. The AUKUS partnership is allegedly there to deter the People's Republic of China from disrupting the free and open regime in the Indo-Pacific. Difficult to measure their expenditures in their very opaque system, but on the generous side, let's say that the Chinese muster about $400 billion. So well less than half of what the AUKUS nations combined amount to. Now, we're all increasingly concerned about the connections between China and Russia and North Korea, even Iran. You could throw all those together, and they would amass a defense expenditure of about $600 billion. So, better, but still significantly less than the AUKUS nations together. But if you're going to take the most expansive view of their limited set of friends and allies, it's only fair to do the same for us, so we could throw in all of NATO on the good guys' side, and we would be totaling something like $1.3 trillion of defense expenditures annually. So once again, well more than double what our adversaries can muster. Now, defense expenditures are admittedly a pretty crude measurement of national power, even on the military side, because dollars buy different things in different contexts. Not to mention the fact that there are other instruments and elements of national power, including your cultural capital and the resilience of your systems, and as Ken pointed out earlier, your national identity. I would say that in those regards, we're even better equipped vis-a-vis our adversaries. So with all of these tremendous advantages that we have, if you're to read our national security strategies collectively, the best that we can hope for is to not get rolled over by the Chinese. I would like to think we could aim a little higher than that. And again, I'm sympathetic to the idea that there's a lot worth maintaining. There's a lot of things that we would like to deter because we don't want to have them happen. And admittedly, now I'm of the belief that the last 75 years of the free and open liberal global order have been good. They've maintained peace and raised prosperity in an unprecedented way for everybody. But the benefits have certainly not been equal. And we, collectively, have benefited from them a lot more than other people. And so if we talk about this strategic competition, the question would be, what are we competing for? One of the ways to answer that question would be we're competing for the buy-in to that system from other parties, like the ASEAN nations, if we're focused on the Indo-Pacific, and other middle powers around the globe. I would offer that they're considerably less enamored with the status quo than we are. And so if the best that we have to offer to them is come and please join us in making sure that nothing ever happens, you can understand why they're not terribly motivated by this, right? I understand that we're selling deterrence, a little bit short, but the point that I want to make is that while I'm a fan of deterrence and integrated deterrence as opposed to disintegrated deterrence, and I recognize the value, I think, like the military instrument itself, it is necessary for what we want to achieve in our national ends, but insufficient on its own. So the other question, let's see how I'm doing for time here. We have 5 minutes, so I'd love some feedback on this. I have been proceeding on the assumption that with everything I just said in mind, we struggle to integrate our deterrence efforts in the same way that we struggle to integrate our more proactive campaigns that have been so unsuccessful in the last couple of decades. But I wonder if that's actually true, because as General Alston and others pointed out this morning, there's never been a time that we didn't do. I mean, I remember as at the War College as a budding Army strategist, while learning the intricacies of the military instrument, also learning about this concept of flexible deterrent options. So when something's happening, you start low with a sternly worded memo, and then you escalate to sanction, and you escalate to these other things. We've been doing this for a long time. So I would welcome a reaction to anything that I've said, but particularly, do you think that our deterrence efforts are any better integrated than our proactive campaign efforts? And and do you think I'm sort of mistaken in my suspicion of the limits of deterrence as something to be achieved?
I don't know if I'm being constructive in addressing your big point, because I was stuck on a number of small points. It's the man bite dog problem, right? The usual doesn't make the news. But let us ask some simple questions instead of what has happened, where it's happened, because the globe is a useful proxy for, in very broad strokes, for the effect of power. Right? We are projecting power. There's some loss of strength in distance, but by and large, where we're confronting adversaries, it's very far from where we live, and much closer to where they live. And if anything, after the Cold War, those distances got even greater. It's not the case that we were in the early 1990s, that we were at the inner German border and then we had to pull back from there. We've added a dozen or more countries now to NATO. We're operating in the Middle East in ways that we never thought imaginable 40 years ago. If we're not selling a product to our allies in Asia that they think is very attractive, then somebody should tell them, because they want more of us, not less. And by and large, they're being protected near their homes from a threat near them from somebody who's very, very far away. All that sounds like power to me. In fact, it sounds like unprecedented levels of power. The only analog we can think of in the past is the Roman Empire, and even they couldn't do anything like this. And so we focus on the failures and say it's not working, instead of the easy to ignore successes, which vastly outnumber those failures, which of course are occurring at the absolute extremity of the distance from ourselves.
I object to absolutely nothing that you just said. I guess the question is, when we talk about failures, just because things could be a lot worse doesn't mean that they couldn't be better. But also, how long can we maintain this? On the present trajectory of, just shifting capabilities and the rest, does the future look as bright as the past has been?
By the way, that's the story about the 400 billion versus the trillion. The interesting number isn't that disparity, it's what it was like 20 years ago. And that's relevant not because it's going to mean that the U.S. no longer has power or the ability to resist. Even the Chinese aren't telling a story about how Santa Monica is now going to be compromised. It's about whether the first island chain is now more up for grabs than it was 20 years ago, and whether someday the second island chain will be in dispute. And again, that's a story about mapping out on geography a shift in relative power, even though the actors themselves are still very disparate in power.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that makes really good sense. Any other thoughts? Yeah, Paul.
Okay, so for those who don't know, maybe Lieutenant Colonel Paul Griffith, U.S. Air Force active duty. I love the distinction between integrated deterrence and competitive state threat. Some of the things you were saying, Ryan, would we agree with, right? When we think about deterrence or the informing mathematician, I love the formula where if either your capability or your resolve or your signaling goes to zero, the whole thing doesn't work.
Yeah.
But And that's the integration. And from a competitive statecraft, I love the idea, and we've got 3 of our Latin American partners, foreign liaison officers, active duty Air Force in their own countries here with us today. And their countries are being faced with pragmatic choices. China, Russia, or whoever is coming in and offering things that they need, and if the U.S. and allies aren't offering them a better alternative, then the statecraft piece drives them towards somewhere where we don't want them to be. And so we need to keep that in mind, that if our partners and allies are being forced by our inaction to take pragmatic choices and make actions that more closely align themselves with the Chinas and the Russias of the world, then our integrated deterrence is going to fail.
Yeah, yeah, excellent point. And that's I didn't really get to round out the competitive statecraft pitch, but you probably got the gist of it, which is that rather than settling for just deterrence and reactive, measures based on disruptors, if we could establish deliberate, proactive campaigns towards identified national ends in collaboration with allies and partners, I think that would be much to our advantage. Yeah, Thorin.
I think one of the bigger challenge, I think it was General Alston that pointed out that the big difference in this era of one of the big differences in this era of strategic competition compared to the last one, and I think this gets at why it's harder to be proactive now, is that we don't have 2 competing hierarchies in the international system. We have a blended network, 2 potentially poles at either one, right, where it's China and the US, and all of these countries have all of these overlapping interdependencies with all of them. So the late Bear Brommuller wrote a really good book on the decline, on whether or not there was a decline in conflict. He said there wasn't. But he makes the argument that wars within hierarchies don't tend to happen, right? So in the liberal democratic system, countries don't fight each other. Within the Soviet system, they didn't fight each other as much. But those 2 competing hierarchies could compete directly. But I think here and now, forming a proactive or grand strategy for competitive statecraft is really tough, because what do we want these so-called swing states to do? It's not like they're going to stop interacting with China or trading with China.
Well, neither are we, for that matter.
Or
right?
no, yeah, exactly. Or us. And so we don't have these separate competing systems. We've got these overlapping systems, and I think that just creates extra complications. I don't have any answers.
Yeah,
but
extra
I think
complications, but it does speak to even, you could have an entirely adversarial system in which you would need to integrate the instruments of national power, in kind of a rheostat way, a little more diplomacy, a little more trade, a little more law, a little more military. But that's further complicated by the fact that at the same time that we're competing with all those instruments, with the same set of parties, we're cooperating at the same time. So yeah, it's not easy. If it was easy, what would we have to talk about? On which note, we should turn it over. One more question?
Yeah, Brian, I was just going to
comment?
make you have to, the question comes, what are we competing over, right? And we're competing over power, influence, and legitimacy around the world to shape the way you want your world to be, right? And so those things are actually measurable. You can measure power, influence, and legitimacy. Even for, a lot of social scientists are here. There are ways to measure them. And I think if you do measure them carefully, you realize we're losing a lot of influence and legitimacy around the world. But if that's what we're competing over, then you can't leave gaps. You can't allow your competitors to fill gaps. The United States just pretty much ceded its influence in sub-Saharan Africa. Just walked away, the last administration. I mean, just gave it away. And so if you take a look and if you use those 3 sort of variables, power, influence, and legitimacy, I think that's what you're competing over. And so deterrence is a small part. I think deterrence is actually a small part of of strategic competition. Strategic competition itself is, deterrence is one part of it if you don't want something to happen. But in many cases, like I said, you don't necessarily want to deter your adversary from making a mistake if it's going to take away their power, their influence, or their legitimacy around the world.
I would love to I would love to pull on that thread that you brought up earlier this morning. I resisted then, and I'm going to have to resist now because we've got to get on with our panel. But I would just maybe leave this as a question. Is power, influence, and legitimacy really what we're competing for, or is it what we're competing with, right? Are they an end, or are they a means? We'll leave that question. Now, are you trying to come up and lead your next panel, or do you want to?
No, I'm going to push you on this, actually.
Okay. Bring it.
I think I want to push you on this point that you kind of suggested that maybe what we're fighting for is the future of the rules-based liberal world order, right? And you made this point that much of the world is decidedly less enamored with it than we are. But I would argue that the last few elections have at least partially been about the fact that we are not particularly enamored with it either. I think outside the Beltway, the Ivory Tower, Wall Street, Silicon Valley, if you step outside maybe those four areas, it's at least partly a story about the gutting of the American middle class, about the decline of rural America, about the widest wealth gap in American history. And so maybe some of the difficulty in sort of coalescing around something to fight for is a question that starts at home. Should we maybe start with that?
Yeah, that is a really, really solid point. And I've been saying the word we as though we speak with one voice, and that's decidedly and increasingly not true. So I am going to have to get off the stage and let you talk. But no, I really do think, and this is a conceptual issue as we move forward with this idea that competitive statecraft that you sort of have to address is like, it does start at home, and it has to. And the strengthening and the reinforcing of American institutions for that national identity that Ken mentioned is it's fundamental to the whole thing. So, okay. Well, this has been fun. Thanks very much. I am pleased now, as before, to cede the stage to actual experts, the first of whom will be Alicia, who I think is going to introduce her panel. I have that right? Yes. Okay.
Wow, you're a lot taller than I am. Yeah, you know what? If you want to take those two, then I'll sit here after I introduce you. And we'll go. Do we have our online guest? I'm going to assume that's a yes. So I'm Alicia Ellis. I'm the director of the MA in Global Security program here at ASU, which also now has programs in cyber, in irregular warfare, and soon to be in intelligence as well. But that's all I'm going to say about myself because I have three panelists today that have much more interesting backgrounds than I do. So I'll start with Dr. Jacqueline Schneider. She's a Hargrove Hoover Fellow at the Hoover Institution, the director of the Hoover Wargaming and Crisis Simulation Initiative, and an affiliate with Stanford Center for International Security and Cooperation. Her research focuses on the intersection of technology, national security, and political psychology, with a special interest in cybersecurity, autonomous technologies, war games, and Northeast Asia. Dr. Daniel Rothenberg is a professor of practice, also here at Arizona State University, a colleague of mine. He is a senior fellow at New America and co-director of the Future Security Initiative. He has designed and managed rule of law and human rights projects in Afghanistan, Iraq, Central Africa, and throughout Latin America. And then joining us online is Colonel Julie Sposito. She is, Sposito, I think is how you pronounce it. It's the commander of the 613th Air Operations Center. She's responsible for command and control of joint air operations in the Pacific to include mobility, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, space, cyberspace, and kinetic operations. That is a lot to be in charge of. But being a former air battle manager myself, I know that she has been trained from day one on being a really good multitasker. So I'll actually start with you, Colonel Sposito. I actually want to build on something that my colleague Brian said earlier about the idea of deterrence that is integrated both vertically, so lots of options between nothing and war is, I think, the way you put it, as well as horizontally, so with allies and partners and across all domains. And with that in mind, I think I'll start by asking each of the panelists to start by discussing one of the main themes of this panel, which is strategies for building and maintaining strong relationships with regional allies to enhance collective security in the Indo-Pacific. So we'll start with you, Colonel Esposito.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Can you?
Yes, we can hear you. Can she see us? Yeah. Oh, now we can.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Now we can. Can she hear me speak into the mic?
We can't hear you now. So.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay, I'll try not to move. So if I look really sturdy, let's just see if this goes. But please, I'll be looking at you. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down if I break out. First, I want to thank you very much for letting me be a part of this. I was great to listen in a little bit on the previous discussions, and so really great information. Some of the things I kind of want to highlight are a few key areas that I found. So I've spent a lot of time working with allies and partners. I am in the Pacific. Prior to this, I spent about 20 years in and out of the Middle East. So did a lot of work over there. And some of the lessons that I'll talk about are just things that I've picked up in my career, and they're not going to be anything that I'm sure you guys haven't heard before. But one of the first ones really is developing a common goal. Really trying to rally around an adversary and proving that it is a credible threat to those countries and those allies in the region. Not everyone views the world, as you know, like we do. So how do we convince and talk to our allies and partner nations in the region to show them of what the concern is and why they will be? And it's really difficult. I think someone actually just mentioned it in the last group. When you start talking about the intertwined nature of our countries, it's very difficult to try and prove out why it is such a credible threat. A little bit easier in the military lens to be able to focus, but you still have to account for all the other instruments of power as we look through. And one of the other ways as we develop that common goal is to share intel and build an understanding. But what we have to do is do it from their lens. One of the traditional things I have seen in the past is we do a lot of mirror imaging, right? And so we try to put our perspective into the lens of these our partner nations in the region. And one of the things I try to focus heavily on is to learn their perspective and make sure that I can share the intel, talk about why this is a credible threat from their lens and not necessarily from mine or the U.S. national interest or our military interest. With that becomes the second point of understanding each country's perspective, national interests, capabilities, strengths, weaknesses. So I spend a lot of time, and my team spends a lot of time, reading into Constitution, national action plans, getting a good understanding of these countries, bringing in liaison elements, and also in some countries, embedded personnel into our unit so that we can really get a good understanding of how that country sees the same threat or sees the region, and what is their vision of stability in, for example, here in the Indo-Pacific. How did they envision stability here? We also have to try to build the best version of them and their country, not another mini US, right? So what does the best Singapore look like? What does the best Japan look like? And how do they envision how that goes? We do want them to align with our values, of course, and that's part of the way that we coalesce as a nation or coalition, or in this case, a partnership to really get against a common enemy. But we're not going to necessarily be able to do that across all the instruments. Another way is, again, to exercise and train. We have to make sure that we first work individually with each country to build up that trust and build that common understanding and common lexicon before we move to multinational exercises and multinational training events. Because also inside, to get to that multinational event, we have to understand why these two countries either don't want to share information, why they don't trust each other, and we have to build that bridge and we have to figure out. But I will tell you, sometimes as a US member, we are not the optimal person to do it. So understanding the strengths and weaknesses of our closest allies and using them to help get two countries to coalesce around each other. So there's many times when, for example, I will step out and ask my Australian embed to actually speak to help us move forward on an exercise. So that's one of the things. Other ones we try to do when we look at the exercising and training to build that is looking outside of just the fighter lens. Not every country has the fighter, and as the Air Force, we tend to look at our fighters first. Instead, what we try to do is rally around things that are concerns. So, for example, like I said, Japan gets hit lots with the tsunamis, right? So why are we not focusing on humanitarian aid with them first? Get into that way and start building those relationships and security initiatives through mobility assets, through medical. Other ones that we look at is offensive and defensive fires, right? So how do we do this in the case of and a lot of defensive and protection of the homeland, looking at intelligence and command and control. So these are all areas outside that we try to focus in. Some of the newer ones we're doing a little bit more work out here in the Indo-Pacific is in the cognitive domain. So spending a lot of time on info warfare, but also cognitive warfare and identifying misinformation, disinformation, and trying to actually outsmart the, a common enemy through very concrete messaging, but joint messaging, right, or coalition messaging, and also writing it in their language, not producing everything in English is another one. And then the last couple that I'll kind of close out with is really understanding and speaking with these countries to get a good understanding of, I don't want to say human rights, but it's based in human rights, but the value of all the individuals and how conflict and crisis in different parts of the world really are going to impact each gender. And so with that, it's just another lens that we use to teach and how to make ourselves more capable is as a strengthened partnership, right? Because as a female, like if I walk in, understanding to certain countries that I still provide value, and how do I get that across, and how do I show them the strength that us integrated together can really bring. And so with that, we spend a lot of time developing the understanding of conflict indicators and the impact that could have on long-lasting security. So some things, for example, spend a lot of time talking with other countries on for example, gender-based violence, trafficking, migration, all these inside a country are going to leave them susceptible to terrorism and insider threat or exploitation by China. And so we pair a lot with Department of State, USAID, other government agencies to make sure that we can get those messaging across. And the last part is just the transparency and being genuine with all of our partner nations, right? So if I don't share the information with them, and then the next day, a U.S. news media says, hey, this happened in the region, I pretty much get a call instantly with, why didn't you tell me that? Do you not trust me? Why are you not talking to me? So that's some of the stuff that can also challenge it. And I'll pause there and hand it over. So thank you, Lisa. Can you talk into a microphone so I can hear you? Thank you.
I can. Better? Okay. No, I was just saying that this is a S&D Plus event, and it's been interesting to see this alliance between ASU, King's College London, and University of New South Wales evolve over many years. It actually has a longer history, and I mentioned that partly because what I wanted to talk about is something that is often not present in discussions, whether it's of the Pacific or anywhere else, which is we commonly assume that the things we're talking about in front of us are stable things, not just the PLuS Alliance, but countries, for states, for example. So I thought I'd talk really briefly about some of these core concepts. You know, there's basic principles that underlie the idea of sovereignty and the idea of what constitutes a state. They're sort of like standard IR stories. They're standard international law stories. I thought I'd go over a few of them because I actually think
we talk about these entities that exist in time and space as if they're solid in a way that they often aren't solid. And I think that that's relevant because a lot of what produces security and insecurity is in fact the degree to which some of these things are not solid. So certainly anyone who's spent any time in the last several decades in parts of Africa, we've talked a little bit about whether it's North Africa, parts of the Middle East, you know, you can talk about a state existing, but you go to these places, the state barely appears in many ways in the day-to-day life, and it's self-evident as soon as you spend any time. But so briefly, you know, there's the idea of de jure sovereignty, that there's a legal sovereignty over a place, and there's sort of the idea of de facto sovereignty, whether or not states can actually exercise their power over that geographical space. Sort of obvious, but the differences are quite meaningful. And even in the region that we're talking about, pick a place like Myanmar. I used to do a lot of work there, and you know, how would you describe that place now and the degree to which state sovereignty functions in the territory that is widely understood as being this place called Myanmar, but it's a very complicated, conflicted place, has been for a long time, and at this current moment, the state has trouble controlling a lot of its territory. So then there's like different theories of what states are, right? Again, constitutive theory sort of basically says that there's like the law of recognition. You know, if states can be recognized by other states as to where they exist, then that grants them the quality of being a state in a system of states. And then there's sort of idea of declaratory recognition where, you know, states have certain qualities that make them states, regardless of whether they're recognized. And again, this isn't abstract. I mean, think of the Taliban government before the US-led invasion. It had enormous trouble getting recognition. It only had 3 other states in the world that recognized it, and yet it did a fairly good job of controlling the territory of that country. And now you have a different Taliban government with similar, related, not the same questions about what its sovereignty means in the international system. Why do I think this is relevant for the Indo-PACOM area? Because so much of what we see as Chinese expansionism, which, you know, China may not view as expansionism, but so much of it has to do with the efforts to construct legitimacy of state presence and of sovereignty, going so far as to actually build physical structures, to construct, you know, to bolster up islands so they then become territory that the state can claim has sort of long been part of some aspect of the country. Why is it relevant for where we're at in terms of something called deterrence, integrated deterrence? I would suggest that the US has done a pretty poor job of understanding how international law, how a coherent approach to international law would bolster a more creative engagement with the region. We are often afraid of international law as a country for understandable reasons, because if you abide by a rules-based system, the rules don't always go the way you want, understandably. But that's also the power, of course, of a rule-based system. And, you know, to build on some of the comments from Ryan and also Ken, this issue of legitimacy is core to how power, I think, is effectively deployed. And one of the core ways to create legitimacy that isn't just your own claim is a set of agreed upon rules. So I would just posit that in the region, we can understand lawfare, not in this way that it's negatively viewed as something to be afraid of or as an inappropriate use of legal concepts, but just another way, as a constructive way to leverage well-established legal concepts. Let's talk about sovereignty and what states are, and imagine how they could be overlaid creatively over this space. This is a very contested space. It's contested in ways we know and contested in ways that I guarantee will change over time. I say that only because that's just the history we see. So that's just a few thoughts, and thanks so much.
But yeah, that was a really interesting perspective, and I'm going to ask you to expand on that some more later. But for now, Jackie, if you want to go ahead.
Okay, so it's great to be here to talk about integrated deterrence. When I started my academic career, which by the way I started here, we were still doing cross-domain deterrence, which I started with Eric, the chapter in your book. But we moved from there to multi-domain deterrence, and I think there was some tailored and general deterrence in between. So whether what we're talking about now about integrated is really any different than anything we've been talking about over the last, I don't know, 50, 60 years, not sure. But We're here today to talk about integrated. So I generally work on technology and how technology influences the way in which conflicts arise, and then how they're fought, and ostensibly who wins those wars. So I want to talk to start this conversation with kind of three aspects of emerging technology. I work a lot with understanding how things like cyber, which is now emerged, I think, not emerging, but cyber, AI, space, how those affect these kind of conflict dynamics. So I want to talk a little bit about how those technologies are shaping allied integration, and then I want to end on a bit of a polemic about whether that integration does actually lead to deterrence. So the three aspects that I can see about how this kind of broad information technology, digital data-driven modern combat is shaping wars and shaping allied relationships. So it's not just that we're providing aircraft carriers or somebody's providing us a nuclear missile. It's not necessarily about these big platforms. Instead, it's about the way in which allies and partners are solving these different types of warfare problems. So the first one is intelligence sharing. So what is one of the biggest lessons that we learned from Ukraine? Turns out that if you can give information to each other in a really quick way, you can actually fend off pretty significant cyber attacks. And so the relationship the United States built with a country that wasn't even an official allied or partner, by sending these hunt forward teams to go and actually sit on the networks in the country, but also building some sort of intelligence sharing mechanism that allows them to share that information. And then the way in which both NATO and elements of the EU cooperated together to share cyber information to Ukraine was really a great example of what kind of integration really looks like for modern warfare, right? Like, it's not necessarily this sexy, like, sharing of big fancy equipment. Sometimes it's, do you have the right policies put together so that you can actually build the terror line that information can be shared given to each other? And then if you have the policy, what are the technical capabilities you have to share that information? So how are you going to get sensitive information to countries? That's the hard work of integration and alliance that leads to, I think, some of the most pivotal successes in terms of warfighting effectiveness in modern combat. So the second lesson I think we have is about alliances in today's international world is access to materials. So it might not be that these relationships with allies are about obtaining a done product, a missile, an aircraft, a ship, but it might be that we actually don't build the right chips or enough chips. It might be that we don't have the raw resources for the batteries that we need to keep all of our new digital technology powered up on the battlefield. It might be that we need to lean on other countries that are able to produce ammunition and drones and things that are able to create mass at very low costs. And the whole point of integration here is that allies might have resident capabilities within their economies or within their natural resources that are important for the US to integrate with in order to build up long-term ability to sustain conflict. The other aspect is logistics. Similar to intelligence, this is like the not sexy part of war, but the most important parts of war. So what Ukraine shows us is the importance of both physical and virtual networks, both prior to a conflict and the ability to lean on partner nations in order to rebuild networks at a time of attack. So, we have that initial cyber attack on Viasat, on the Viasat satellites, which degraded some of the Ukrainian ability to do command and control. But they were able to rely on both commercial and some kind of partner networks in Europe in order to rebuild their networks. That's the future of warfare. The future of warfare is not being able to defend your networks from any sort of attack, but instead being able to reconstitute. And the integration of allies in order to rely on different cabling, wireless, SATCOM, data links, and bandwidth, that is true integration. It's also one of the hardest places to integrate in terms of policy, because you have to run up against the encryption and the security vulnerabilities, so how you deal with those issues. And then I think on the more kind of basic but very important logistics, the use of allies and partner for things like sea lift and supply chains. Ukraine is an instance where we're able to resupply and provide resources to a country mostly because it is neighbored, has land borders with friendly countries. That is not the situation with Taiwan. So if you want to do just what we did with Ukraine, just resupply and provide ammunition and military resources, you need to find a way to get those resources across a huge ocean. And by the way, the coastline that is easiest to get to also has almost no port capability. So you have to actually go into the straits in order to bring it to them. So the US is going to quickly find that it doesn't have the sea lift and capabilities for that type of logistics. And then finally, I think something that we underestimate how important it can be in terms of our allies and partners is how us providing them with resources and even helping them in crises and contingencies can help us test out new weapons and technologies. So the way the United States is helping the Israelis to shoot down missiles is tweaking and refining technologies that the United States would need to use in a bigger conflict. So we learn a lot. It's not just that we're giving this, we also learn. Okay, so those are like pretty practical. So here's my polemic. So that's integration. Is that deterrence? Everything I told you just makes states better at fighting wars. But it's not always clear that there's a direct relationship between being more militarily effective and deterrence being successful. So the idea is that you're going to be bolstering deterrence by punishment by making yourself more credible, or bolstering deterrence by denial because all this integration and partnership means that the cost of attack are higher. But we don't really have a way to prove most of that. And I would say that some of these decisions that we're making about integration, we are thinking it without thinking about what the potential trade-offs are. So, I mean, I came in here with a little bit of a joke about integrated because I think one of the problems with this theory of deterrence is that integrated deterrence is basically everything. Like we want to do the diplomatic, the economic, we're all statecraft, we're everything, right? But when deterrence is everything, it becomes really, really hard to tell whether deterrence succeeds or fails. And I think that sometimes the reason why we haven't integrated in the past is because integration can cause entanglement. So a lot of the why have we in the past not relied on our allies and partners to build huge repositories of weapons for us? Because it made us feel vulnerable to their domestic politics or to their economies or to targets that can't be defended within the United States. Why have we not relied on our partners and allies to help build out our communications networks for military command and communication? Well, because it sets up pretty significant cyber vulnerabilities. Why are we not building intelligence frameworks to share with a wide variety of partners amongst each other? Well, because the Japanese and the South Koreans don't like each other, right? Well, that's very simplistic. But the idea being that the integration itself also creates a trade-off with entanglement. And so we can sit in a room and say how we all want to integrate, but there are real kind of practical problems with integration that can sometimes actually threaten stability and deterrence.
Thank you, Jackie. I gotta say, I love this panel because you're all bringing such varied backgrounds to this, and so I'm getting like a completely different perspectives on this theme. So it's really interesting. I think what I'm gonna do next is direct a question at each of you individually, but you should feel free to just signal me if you wanna jump in on somebody else's too. But I'm gonna start back with Colonel Sposito. You talked a lot about the importance of working closely with and integrating with our regional partners. Can you expand on what some of the most significant challenges are in coordinating and integrating with them, particularly in conducting joint operations in the Indo-Pacific, especially when you're working with such diverse partner nations that might have different perspectives, different needs, and even different operational standards and training methodologies.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. It was great listening to my two other panelists because I agree with what they were saying. And Dr. Schneider there just brought up a whole bunch of stuff on the end. And some of it will actually be what she even said. So some of the challenges, and I mentioned it a little bit in the opening. First, I'll talk about the challenges on the U.S. military side. Some of the things that I will say that we have not notoriously done a good job in is taking the time to really understand the conflicts and the problems. Like you just mentioned, a lot of the countries out here have significant histories, right? And Dr. Schneider brought up, Japan and Korea. We see that one pretty regularly. And so getting a good understanding on the military side into that level of depth, right? So one of the things I tell my team out here is it's a quote that I was told when I was a young captain. And the quote was, "What we learn from history is that we learn nothing from history." Right? And so that really helps me keep a cage on we will fall into the same traps if we don't change our mentality out here and how we integrate. So that is a challenge that I face on the U.S. side, and just getting people to understand the importance of learning about the other countries and the history, to include the political, not just the military, right? All my troops can sit here and tell you all the different military capabilities, but when I ask them the historical, the cultural, the political, that is something that as military members makes it challenging when we go into our environments to further the TTPs, or the tactics, techniques, and procedures. It makes it difficult, right? Because we're coming from different ground. We're not coming from common ground. So trying to develop that common ground is a very big challenge. And like I mentioned earlier, starting individually with each country is where we have to work, and then try to break down those barriers to get into the multinational. One of the other things we started to do a lot out here is the information dominance. So the information team lives in my Air Operations Center. And we spend a lot of time understanding the theorist, using that to help us figure out how to work with all our regional partners and allies. And also how to compete against China, right? So we dig very much into Sun Tzu, Mahan, Corbett, to really get a good understanding of how everybody operates. And so that is why I tie into understanding the cultural, the historical, and the impact of the sovereign nation. The other big one becomes the language. So one of the things we brought up, and I know Dr. Schneider brought up, and I thought was great, talking about Israel and the conflict there, talking about Ukraine. One of the problems we have in the Indo-Pacific right now is its competition, right? I don't have a campaign or something to coalesce around to allow to break down some of these policy barriers and stuff that inhibits us. So one of the things I'll counter is the technical capability to do and share a lot of our information, both in the intel realm or in the targeting, so joint fire realm. And same on the integrated air missile defense. Technically, we can do it. It's the policy. And the problem we have with the policy is I don't actually have a full coalition out here, right? It's a partners of the willing. But I can't say that I'm going to share this information because there's no rally and there's no agreement. There's no national agreement that allows it. So that is a very big challenge and a struggle that we have, especially when real world things occur. And I have to look at my Japanese counterpart, my Taiwanese counterpart, and say, well, I can't share that information with you right now because we don't have a national level agreement for me to be able to do that. So that's tough. That also makes it very hard to build a common language, right, across all the countries. On the military world, when I say defeat, even in the U.S. military between the different services means something different. And when I say defeat to another partner nation, that means something different. So trying to build these tactics, these techniques, figure out how we're going to do an operation without a common lexicon is extremely hard and causes a lot more problems, which goes into understanding the capabilities, the strengths and weaknesses of each of these partner nations. And so I'll kind of round it out there. I think that's a lot of information unless there's any questions.
Thank you. I'm actually going to kick it to you next, Dr. Rothenberg. You talked about lawfare and this idea that it's not necessarily a pejorative term, but rather something that can be used to build legitimacy. Can you expand on that a little more and maybe talk about some of the tools in lawfare that the U.S. might use to deter or at least influence Chinese action in the South China Sea, and how successful we might expect that to be? And I'm going to hand you my microphone.
Sure. I mean, the funny thing about lawfare as a term is it's a relatively new term, but there's not much about it that's actually new. I mean, law's not new, and connecting the idea of law to the projection of force, or whatever you want to call war to be, so it just isn't something that's new. But the term has kind of caught on. I think it's unfortunately caught on in a very negative way, as if there's something bad and inappropriate about something sort of unsavory about the use of law for sort of national security interests. It isn't surprising, but the term just, I think it has a bit of that feeling. So what could be done? I mean, rather than give a set of policy prescriptions, virtually all of the major issues of conflict that go on require some form of legal understanding for them to be managed from either side, so an aggressor's side or a defender's side, or even move those terms apart. Look at something like international trade. If we're really talking about something called integrated deterrence, whatever that means, it involves all sorts of relationships. Very few of them operate internationally absent some forms of agreements that allow things to happen. And I mean this in a very simple way, like when you buy things from another place and it has to plug into your wall unit, there are agreements that make it work. Imagine, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So, but to be concrete, let's talk about sovereignty in states, right? So what is the core issue in the conflict, right? This might be too much to get into for anything prescriptive, but the question is, what is this place called Taiwan? Is it a state? It sure looks like one in a lot of ways, but there's a way in which its full state recognition has been constructed as complex in the international community for a lot of understandable reasons. But that's a very powerful tool for all sorts of activities. And maybe the trick about something that maybe the real reason why lawfare shouldn't be negative is ultimately what law does is allow people to do things together. In fact, in the absence of rules, it's kind of hard to do things together, whatever that thing is. And so the rules that allow for states to make sense and the world to allow for trade to make sense, they're mechanisms of influence. And they're in some ways very powerful mechanisms of influence because we rely on them for all sorts of things. So we could imagine taking that idea and applying it not just to, say, recognizing Taiwan as a state, but all the ways in which indications and management and use of language in the public space about what these things mean. The same goes for how you manage, understanding of territory, Chinese actions to sort of construct control over places. But my point is really just more general, which is law fundamentally binds the participants into a system. And, lawfare sounds bad, but really it's one of the most effective ways of a certain element of integrated deterrence because it's already structured in a way that involves an agreement to its system. Otherwise, it isn't law at all.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Schneider, you talked a lot about the importance of network resiliency, for instance, and some of those emerging technologies. How can the U.S. And its partners work together to address some of those emerging security threats, such as cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns? We talked about cognitive domains. And how do we then ensure that our joint exercises are aligned with those real-world security threats, such as cyber, emerging technologies, other forms of unconventional warfare?
Yeah, and I think, once again here, this is going to be heresy, but I think the verb deter should be a less a part of that effort. I think if you watch or if you look at the U.S. cyber strategy over the last 10 years, there was initially a really large focus on deterrence, which led the U.S. and to some extent allied and partners to focus on really, really big attacks and then how you would deter those attacks instead of taking more proactive efforts like what I call counter cyber operations, which some people might think of as defend forward, where you're actually attacking the attacker before they attack you. Or taking actions to invest in, and this is not sexy. Americans do not like to talk about investing in defense. We would rather say deterrence by denial than say that we're going to do defense. We would like to say resiliency, but really I think a lot of what we're talking about and a lot of the big choices that need to be made in the Asia Pacific, and especially when it comes to Taiwan, is decisions about defense. And how that defense might lead to a deterrence by not because of the cost of punishment, but instead by making it much, much more difficult for the Chinese to imagine being able to invade and win with low costs. So you asked about network resiliency and how we do that with partners. So I mentioned earlier, and Colonel mentioned the same thing. I think the key here is actually policy. In general, the U.S. does not have a problem with technology. It does not have a problem with technology invention. It has a problem with technology adoption. And that extends to its relationship with how it adopts technologies with its partners. Technology exists to be able to share all this information, but policy generally lags that technology. And so doing the hard work of figuring out how you're going to share information, what type of information is allowed to be shared, those are really wonky, boring. It's the kind of behind the scenes part of alliances and partnerships that has to happen in order to create network resiliency. You need to be able to show that you can implement a plan where you can rely on an adversary's network capabilities, or that you are able to share information among allied partners that you wouldn't normally be able to share. Just to give an example, I'm an Air Force reservist. I've served for a while, and I served 6 years at Cyber Command. And one of my jobs at Cyber Command, this was a long time ago at this point, it was 2013, is we needed to come up with a framework between the Five Eye partners about how we talked about things in cyber. These are, our closest partnerships, and we had a different understanding of what a cyber attack was, what cyber defense was, what cyber intelligence was, what cyber network exploitation was, and it was a lot of back and forth kind of boring, like, what does this word mean to you? What does this word mean to you? What does your domestic law say about this word? But that hard work and kind of boring policy work then laid the road for being able to not only share information about cyber vulnerabilities, but actually be able to partner with those allies in order to conduct cyber campaigns.
Thank you. I really like answers that begin with, this is going to be heresy. I'm sorry, I'm going to actually turn it over to the audience at this point because we have less than 10 minutes left, and I think I'm the only thing standing between you all and happy hour. So go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I have,
It's coming.
So, thanks. I think I have sort of two comments. One of the things that separates people who do things and people who talk about other people who do things is sort of we leave a lot to trust. If you look at the way canonically that international relations studies questions of military affairs and power. I gave a talk yesterday in the department, and we have this thing called capabilities or power. And we're loath to dig into it very deeply because we know it's a endless box of details, and that the thousands of people who spend their whole lives doing this know a heck of a lot about those details, and we want to believe that we can gloss over them and summarize them more simply so we can do something else we care about, right? Now, I think that's problematic always, but it's sometimes expedient and sometimes it's actually going to cause problems. And I wonder, so one sort of heresy here would be to challenge folks to say whether this is a problem of the people in the process need to understand this to make it work, or what it is about
that those details that the people outside the process need to know. And then one small point about the notion of defense not being deterrence or whatever is yes and no, okay? So if you put a bunch of Americans in uniform with things that go pow and shoot bullets in the other direction in Taiwan, which is its own heresy, and you advertise this, you let the Chinese know about this, that's going to have a very different effect than if you get a whole bunch of people ready, you keep it super secret, and if China invades Taiwan, then these same forces show up as a surprise. Military folks like surprise because it makes it more likely that you'll win. But it makes it less likely that you'll deter because you can't be deterred by something you didn't know was going to happen. So defense could have a deterrent effect, or it could have an effect in terms of improving the probability of winning, depending on how you perform it. And so I think it's actually arguably not that defense is a thing, but it's either deterrence or war fighting. So.
I don't know if there was a question, but that was really insightful and interesting.
The first one is, if you could tell us what bits and pieces of the things that you're experts on, other non-experts should know to do better, what they.
Did you have one? Oh, I thought you had your hand up, sorry.
I do think that there is, and I love the messiness in between the capabilities, but all those gross intervening variables that go in between capabilities and how a state is actually able to fight a war. I think that is one of those kind of problems that we've had as political scientists, is how do we measure the quality of the capability? The Russians had the best aircraft, arguably, in the world, and they couldn't fight complex air-to-air or air-to-ground tactics in Ukraine. Even our intelligence organizations didn't see that coming, right? It goes back to those old military effectiveness literature, looking at the variables that affect the quality of.
What we need is racism to do this better.
Oh, jeez.
Essentially, you handicap each military by their ethnic origin. It's kind of the old Russian way of doing it. So.
All right.
I have no good answer for
that. Yeah. Well, she did. That's true. That's on you. All right. Well, if there are no more questions, we actually have 3 minutes remaining, but I haven't seen any other hands, so I'm going to take the last word. I was actually at a great conference a couple months ago with our Australian partners, and it was 3 days on the future of irregular warfare. And the most important thing I think I took away from that was that if you end early, people like you better. So I think, Thorin, you're up.
This has been a wonderful event. I'm going to try and integrate a few of the insights for today. This last panel, I think, especially Colonel Sposito's comments about the differences across partners in their both their lexicon and their operational cultures, I think is a lesson that in the seed grant project that I mentioned earlier is sort of the key thing that we're going to be working on between qualitative historical analysis of the different strategic deterrent cultures of the three AUKUS partner countries and partners outside of the AUKUS agreement, along with tracking how, since the AUKUS agreement, those kinds of language has changed through kind of a machine learning approach. We're hoping to get at a sense of how those strategic cultures actually shift over time and if they actually converge. So hopefully we will, and hopefully we'll get money to do that. But one of the things that, while we've got different opinions about what certain capabilities across certain technologies are good for in terms of deterrence and what they're not good for, it does seem that there is at least an agreement on some of the key questions. And so I'm hopeful coming out of this series of conversations today that this will be a continuing and flourishing research area. This was billed as the first annual Integrated Deterrence Symposium by S&D PLuS. That is a hope. It is not a guarantee. But I am hopeful that by this time next year, either here or at one of our partner universities, that we will be able to come back together again and have hopefully some traction on some of these key questions. So with that, I will end everything about 5 minutes early on the program, and thank you all very much.